Hello everybody and welcome in to another day of the Four Nations UKEL. Yes, we're here, we're not going anywhere. Apologies about the little bit of issue with the name tags on our casters. My name is not Maniac, unfortunately. I am Middlecott and I'm going to be joined by two absolutely wonderful gentlemen here. We've got Rael and we've got Eugene. How you guys doing?
Yeah, doing pretty good. I'd definitely like to acknowledge I'm also not a maniac.
Hey guys, how you guys doing? Doing great. Unfortunately, I'm also not a maniac. I'm just Eugene, but having a good time over here and ready to analyze some games. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and obviously we do need to meet the teams that we do have here in the UKL. Of course, we've got Belfast Storm, we've got DMG, we've got Ruddy and Tempest. All four of those guys getting wins on day one. Arcadeia, Lionscreed, Venomcrest and Verzik here as well. A few of these guys qualified from the open qualifier. A few of them given that spot. And mixed results, the teams that qualified in not really doing as well on day one.
Yeah, that's for sure. And there's some high expectations, especially of players. And there's something what we mentioned about was we have a lot of veteran players coming back, way back from when we did the UKEL a while back. We had veteran players who weren't originally expected to return, you could say, because a lot's happened since then, a lot's changed. And then we've got returning players like Sin and Vanguard, which we will jump into in a little bit.
Yeah, and then of course in those games yesterday we did see some pretty big victories coming through for Ruddy and Tempest, Belfast Storm, as well as DMG UK. So three of the close of the teams that were invited in able to get those Ws. Only one team from the open qualifier able to grab a win.
No, yeah, I mean, and it really shows that these invited teams do come in with a bit of strength behind their roster. Like, it makes sense that they were invited, and meanwhile, it was surprising for me because, you know, I casted the games in open qualifiers, and the teams that made it, the top four teams, they looked so good, and they looked like they were in such good shape. But I guess league competitive is kind of a relative game where when you're losing the game, it's really hard to look good in that sense. So it's surprising to see that we didn't get to see more victories from them. I thought they might have a bit more momentum kind of coming in with all the scrims and all the actual matches they were playing. But no, the invited teams came in, and they showed us why they truly deserve to be like invited teams who didn't have to go through the open qualifiers at all.
Yeah, really sort of demonstrating why they were chosen to participate in this tournament. Obviously, it was pretty back and forth for one of the games in that DMG versus Venomcrest game. It did look like we were going to have Venomcrest, another one of those open qualifier teams, coming through and grabbing the win, but DMG were able to just about beat them. But all the earlier games were very one-sided.
They were very one-sided. They're all very high tempo. It's something what we mentioned. The games have been very fast. Once one team's got a lead, they've pushed that lead further and further, and they found ways to keep. And we've even seen a fair few solo kills, which was a bit more surprising to me.
Being able to take a little bit of a look at those later, but Eugene, that second game I think of the day yesterday was a real bar burner from Tempest, finishing in under 25 minutes versus Lionscreed Academy, doing very well for themselves.
Oh yeah, I mean, Tempest Gaming just kind of coming in from the open qualifiers. I guess the only open qualified team that did win their game. I mean, the roster, there were a lot of talks about how great they would do, the fact that they had so many good, like, established players. And now coming into this, like, Lionscreed had a pretty decent roster too, but no, they were able to just show, like, really nice teamwork, really good synergy, and then boom, just straight off the bat, like, good early game, like, leads. And then from then on, there was nothing Lionscreed could do.
I mean, you could almost mirror that discussion, Rail, for a team like Ruddy, right? A lot of veteran names on that roster too.
Yeah, some big names, especially the likes of Ackers. Everyone knows he's played to a high level before, and obviously now called Erling Haaland. So we're waiting on that now. We'll get there, and when we do, we'll probably hear the Harlan theme, but
Yeah.
we'll have to wait and see that. But Ruddy generally had a really, really strong performance. Sin especially, getting a solo kill in bot lane and just pretty much being unstoppable from the get-go. Jamsu as well, another player to highlight. Really massive performance, finding hook after hook. Even when some hitboxes shouldn't have hit.
Right, right, Rail. Are you complaining about Nautilus hitboxes? I feel like this has been overdone. This meme, surely.
There's no such thing as overdone, because I mean we've got Alawi hitboxes as well we can talk about here.
Right, well, we'll get on to Alawi hitboxes in a little bit. I do want to talk a little bit more about these AD carries, because we've highlighted one of them in Sin, but I also want to be talking about Vanguard. I think we've got a little bit of footage of what these guys were able to get up to yesterday. Ejun, these AD carries just so important for their teams.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, in such a bot-centric meta where these AD carries, once they have all the support and all the peel that their team can offer, can absolutely shred, like you see here, Vanguard, like absolutely shred the opposing team uninterrupted. And yeah, no, Vanguard had a great performance, and he had a really nice team, the Belfast Storm, with all the other members who were like supporting him through each stage of the fight, making sure that for Verzik Esports to get to Vanguard, they had to try so hard, and even then they couldn't catch him at all. And so he was just dealing too much DPS. He really does tell us what the definition of DPS is. A lot of damage per second.
Yeah, and there's a big point for this. These players have played together for so long. It's been more or less the same roster of players. And obviously with Vanguard being used to playing short-range AD carries with so much experience on Vayne, it helps in playing picks like Kaiser. He's a lot more familiar at playing close-range, playing at these high-risk games.
Yeah, then you look at a player like Sin, who is on the Zyre, which is a champion that can be played a little bit more aggressively, even at the earlier levels, but seen as a more traditional backline hyper carry to a certain extent. But that man, Jamsu, with those hooks, Rail, you were complaining about the hitboxes, but he was so key for setting up his AD carry in a lot of these plays.
Yeah, he was absolutely massive throughout the entire game. And he just had the perfect setup to follow any hook. As soon as one hook hit, everything was going in, and it was just a perfect follow-up, and I was able to just keep Sin as safe as possible while still outputting damage.
Yeah, I think 13, 0, and 8. I think, in the end of that, Ejun. That's a pretty good showing for a return to UKEL for this guy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm super excited to see what else he can bring up. Of course, supported by Jamsu. I do have to commend Jamsu once again. Like I casted these games, and the hooks he were doing were like straight up illegal. I thought it was a point and click instead of like a skill shot, but he had all the skills to make it look like one. And same with Sin, just never really getting caught out. Like even when he did get CC'd, even when he was getting damaged, you never really felt like he was gonna go down at all. He was just so safe, and I guess Xayah as a champ is perfect for something like what Sin did this game. Essentially, that's always staying safe, always dealing a lot of damage, like the keep out.
Well, and I think you can almost make the same point about Belfast Storm, about Ruddy, right? This is a roster of players that have played together for a really long time. And yeah, while you got some role swaps in their Crisis going over to the mid lane, he looked absolutely fine for them as well. So I think this is a case of us talking about these AD carries, but really they're being enabled by their whole teams.
Yeah, for sure, because you've got Akka's in top lane playing into absolute horrible matchup. Playing into a long top, it's not fun at all, especially when you play against any range top. And he's soaking up all the pressure, being completely fine, and going even in a lane which he should be getting bullied a lot harder in. And then he comes out on top, he's able to just be that team fight presence, even got a solo kill on the LeBlanc in lane as well, that's also massive. And like you said about Crisis as well, was also dodging many ganks in the mid lane. They tried getting him again and again and again. They didn't want Lissandra being a team fight threat, but it just wasn't enough in the end.
And in Ejun, it almost makes you feel like looking forward to the games that Ruddy, the game that Ruddy is going to be playing today. Their opponents may try and disable this team fight focused strategy that they've been going for, because it works so well for them in day one.
It definitely did, and not only that, you have to. I at least feel like we're coming from a point of view. So it's going to be Ruddy versus Lionscreed, if I'm not mistaken. And you know, from Lionscreed, they're coming off a loss, and for an invited team, this isn't really the spot you really want to be in. So I feel like they're going to come back with like a lot of motivation on trying to win this game as fast as they can.
And a big part of that loss for Lionscreed was a certain individual in the top lane. Rail, you were complaining, just because apparently that's your thing today, about Ilaoi as a champion. And Lionscreed, they recognised that you need to go after her early, so they did get this early gank down, but then things started to go very, very badly.
Yeah, if you don't gank Ilaoi pre-6, you're in for pain, but Bear Tree just brought the pain anyway. He said, you can gank me as many times as you want. I'm still going to be a force to be reckoned with, and as soon as you hit that E on Ilaoi, you are just such a pain to deal with. And throughout this entire game, he was constantly pressuring. He was just getting Renekton low at tower, looking to dive him. If he's not diving him, Renekton has to go base. It just means Ilaoi gets more free time on that top lane tower. And it's just absolutely disgusting when you get ahead.
That's just so sad. This is genuinely one of the saddest things. But I think credit to the rest of the Tempest, right, Eugene? It wasn't just Bear Tree, although he did put in an absolutely incredible performance. It was very much a case of this guy in the top lane doing well, but the rest of his squad also doing bits.
Oh yeah, for sure. And like, of course, like in most league teams, like you need the whole team to play super well, like together. But Bear Tree just kind of getting that fed as Ilaoi just completely shut down the options for Lionscreed, at least in my opinion. It's like, okay, you want to do all these macro plays, you want to go and do all these exciting stuff that you as a team prep, but there's a freaking Ilaoi just pushing the side lane like 24/7. What do you do? Like, there's just no good answer. He just made every scenario that Lionscreed had to make a lose-lose scenario.
And that's exactly what you want to do, right? Those are the situations that you want to put your opponents in. But for another team, I think they had those positions where they could grab the win yesterday. Venomcrest building early advantages, but ultimately fumbling the bag, and DMG able to come back in and take that victory.
It's definitely a big game that they can learn off. Yes, they had the advantages like you mentioned, but you could see where they fall short, and you could see where they needed to improve. So maybe they've took that time, gone over that, and looked at how they can change what they ended up throwing in the end. It sounds horrible to say, but it's just the harsh truth when it comes to it.
Yeah, but for DMG, this is a bit of a mixed feeling, right, Ejim? Because you're coming in as this squad that, let's be frank, not a lot of people have a lot of information about. We've not got names like Sin, names like Jansu, names like Crisis that we've heard of before. They fall down early on, and you're thinking, okay, it's going to go bad for them, but then they're able to come back into the game. What do you feel like that does to a team that maybe we didn't have as many expectations of, and how do you think that changes the way that we want to think about DMG?
Well, it definitely changes our expectations in the fact that this is definitely a team that you can't look down on too much just because you have a lead. I mean, the team, at least from that game I casted, like, my voice got so exhausted over how long it went, but basically they had a great amount of perseverance, and I think that's a great strength for a team to like not really give up. And the fact that they're kind of an unknown quality kind of makes it hard for, like, if you're like a coach or an organization, to maybe plan against them. Like, what do you expect of them next time? Was this a one-off, or is this just straight up how they like to play? And is it every time that you want to try to win, they're just gonna fight back as much as they can, like a zombie, just never really quite dying, but just kind of persisting on?
I like the idea of like a league team that just permanently has like revived the summoner spell on. They're just like constantly coming back because that's what they were doing. They were constantly going for these fights and ensuring that Venomcrest Serpents had to always win on the hands check rail. And I think that League is in a place right now where you can do well in the early game, but if you start failing hands checks around 25, 30, 40 minutes, then that gold lead can disappear very, very quickly.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's so many ways to get gold back into the game now. You got bounties, you got the towers, obviously, they all add into it. So one mistake can literally get you that level back up to be equal to that laner. You can be back on level field pretty quickly as soon as you make one fatal error.
Yeah, and another thing that I kind of want to add on that I feel like it would benefit DMG a lot is like coming back from I think for a lot of us we can relate that winning a comeback game in League of Legends is like one of the most like euphoric feelings for you and your teammate. Yeah. So like for DMG, they must be coming off like such a nice boost of morale and such a nice like camaraderie. Like, yeah, we did it, guys. The coach is like super happy. Everybody's like dancing and happy and stuff like that.
Well, so coach is super happy maybe about like the last 15 minutes of the game. First 25
Yeah,
is
yeah,
like,
that's
hold on,
true.
guys, this is maybe not as great. But there were a lot of games yesterday that did not yesterday, on Monday, that did finish quite rapidly, and teams were able to take those early advantages, Rail, and snowball them to victory.
Yeah, a lot of the games were snowballed heavily, and there wasn't really ways to slow them down. But at the same point, when it comes into the first week, you've got to look at it as like, this is the first game in. You can't judge it too soon, because I'm throwing a throwback here. Because remember, last split of UKL, there was a team called Demise.
Last split of UKL, that was a while ago, mate.
I know it was. But there was a team called Demise, which a lot of teams underestimated at the start, and they ended up topping for like the first half. And then a lot of teams started to figure them out by the end of it, but it still caught people by surprise. So it's still early days, can't judge things too soon.
Yeah, Crisis, you can't just play Hecarim every game. Like, that doesn't work, bro. Like, eventually it's going to get banned. But I do like the point that it's being made, right? Because it is week 1 here, and we do have a fair few of these rosters that have experienced cores within the UKL system. So, Eugene, you would expect that those teams would get off to a little bit of a quicker start, and the other teams would be playing catch-up through the rest of the split.
Yeah, no, just having this like first victory is definitely going to be a boost for these teams, of course, and like they're just gonna. I mean, for them, obviously they want to continue, but for the teams that did lose out, for sure, quite a lot of catch up that needs to be done for them to feel good in that position as well. And like these, speaking of fast games, at least for me, I mean, kind of a newcomer coming into the scene, you know, like similar to some of the newer teams. It really, to me, kind of speaks to how even in a league that's not like LEC level and stuff like that, the teams are still very coordinated. They're still very good. You give them a lead and they're coordinated enough to just kind of like catch that lead and make it like 10k gold lead and just boom, win the game in 20 something minutes. So none of these teams should be really looked down upon, I feel like.
No, and you do get to a point where if you are far enough ahead, League becomes quite a simple game to play if you've got your head screwed on right and you are keeping calm, constantly making good decisions.
Yeah, it can be that way, but also can be difficult. I've got to at least give a counterpoint. We can't just keep taking positives here.
Yeah.
There is them simple points where your champion just starts to get outscaled, no matter how late you go into the game. Depending on your draft, if it's not executed perfectly, it might get to a minute where all of a sudden Mr. Jax over here has 4 kills. Mr. Jax over here is now level 16. You know, there is ways back in, especially just through champions alone. But so far we haven't seen that. We haven't seen people get to that stage. We haven't seen people have enough time to get online.
Yeah, and like in that case, like one final point I kind of wanted to add on there is the fact that like for a lot of these teams, I don't feel like we got to see them like play poorly. Like a lot of it seemed like, oh, maybe some suboptimal drafting and stuff like that, which makes me excited to see if they can like fix their draft and kind of get right back into it. Like for the teams that of course lost it at Monday.
Yeah, well, I believe we are going to be able to take a look at how the league does stand after an entire 1 game of competition. And
my God.
Oh my word! Yeah, you can draw some big conclusions about what's on your screen. Of course, we got the top half, bottom half of the screens here. Belfast Storm, DMG, Ruddy, and Tempest all getting W's. Arcadeia, Lionscreed Academy, Venomcrest, Serpents, and Verzik. Not the start that they would have wanted for themselves, but plenty of opportunities to get their ship righted and get back on course.
Yeah, and it just falls back to what we said earlier. It's just early days. You can't judge it too soon. There's no favourites as of yet. Yeah, you may have favourites based on players, but there's always going to be different factors. It can be draft. It could be literally one champion snowball, and it could be something just taking over the game. You've gone for a Baron objective, and then you end up losing an inhibitor. It could be the small things.
Yeah, all those small things adding up. But like we said, those teams are going to have a chance to come back in the games that they are playing today. Believe that we are going to be kicking off with Tempest Gaming versus DMG. So the team with the fastest game yesterday in Tempest up against the team that won in the longest time in DMG. Then, of course, we are going to be having Ruddy facing off against Lionscreed. I'm going to love that as a battle of 2 teams for the heart and soul of London.
Oh yeah, I mean, for me personally, this Tempest versus DMG, I'm super excited to see, because at least for DMG Esports, this feels like much more of a true test. Like, okay, we know you guys barely eked out a victory against Venomcrest, but now you're against one of the big boys, like one of the teams that we all like regard very highly in the league. How are you gonna fare off against this? And maybe this will help us get to flesh out more on what the players of DMG are like when faced with maybe a team of a different play style, at least, if not level.
Yeah, and then of course you've got Lionscreed looking to sort of make that comeback from yesterday, and Ruddy hoping to continue their charge. We are going to be jumping to a short break, but stick around. We have got Game 1 coming up in just a little bit.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 got it.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Oh my. Oh my. Oh my.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the UKEL Four Nations, where we are going to be bringing you the first game of the evening between Tempest and DMG. Both of these teams able to get W's yesterday, but in very, very different fashion. Rail Tempest super quick, DMG taking a bit more time.
Yeah, and the question what we had, it was, can DMG handle the high tempo of Tempest? it's something what we was looking at the most, and something we would definitely delve into a bit more.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like it's going to be super exciting, and for me, it really feels like this is going to be like kind of we're looking at Tempest, which is the more classic. Like okay, we know every player in this team. They've been playing really good in the qualifiers. They played their first game really well against Lionscreed, and so they're looking like a strong team overall, just holistically. While DMG is more of that unknown factor, just coming in like. Even the game they won, it was kind of off like a lot of hands that we didn't get to see a lot of macro excellence at least. And so it's going to be interesting how these two fare up against each other. Plus, it's a winning team versus a winning team. So whoever wins this is going to be in a really nice 2-win scenario.
Excellent. And of course, you did touch on the experience of the Tempest roster. Let's have a little bit of a look at the players who are going to be lining up for them on the Rift today. We have, of course, got Bear Tree back in the top lane, dominating on day one, hoping to do a repeat this time around. Dunlosi coming out of the jungle. My boy, Kusai, the legendary Lee Sin mid from Tunisia. Hopefully he's going to be playing that at some point this split. And then we've got Scream and Buzzy rounding out the bottom lane with Coach Sama.
A very hyped team, and it's a team that we know very, very well, with especially the players what we've seen. Even Sama coming back as a coach as well. Very familiar with a lot of these players. Bear Tree did play the last time in mid lane, which caught us by surprise because we all knew he was a top lane main, and he's back in the top, showing his worth, showing how strong he can be. Even when shut down early with one death, it didn't really matter in the end.
Yeah, he kind of did end just cracking skulls a little bit in that game, and hopefully he's going to be able to do that again, at least if you are a Tempest fan. But it's going to be a mean task going up against the DMG roster, because whilst that first game was a little bit contentious, they were able to pull out of the W, and a lot of that was because of that man in the top lane, Pighead. Of course, we've got Ruddy coming out of the jungle. Jin Yu putting an immaculate performance on the Kiana. Yang and Steven coming out of the bot lane, also putting up decent numbers for themselves as well. So, Adrian, definitely not a roster that you can underestimate coming into this game.
Oh yeah, they definitely proved like that they shouldn't be underestimated at all. And I mean, you just saw the picks you mentioned, like Rumble and Kiana. This feels like a team that really loves to kind of pick these individual champs. They don't really have to fit the meta, they just fit the players. And the coach at least seems to be confident in their players' individual prowess, and they seem to love to kind of flourish and show off their hands against the opponent and see, hey, opponents, can you play better than me? If you can, boom, we're going to win this fight just through sheer micro.
And these champions are terrifying in current meta. Like, when you're going for an objective like Baron or Dragon, and there's a Rumble and a Kiana on the enemy team, you have that thought in the back of your head. Is Kiana ult coming through? Because we're in the Dragon pit or the Baron pit. Is Rumble ult going to trap us in? Like, you have to keep these things in the back of your mind. And Rumble does actually fit into meta quite well right now as an AP top. So that opens you up to playing Tristana mid, Jace mid. It gives you so much more options.
I suppose the other thing that you need to consider, right, is DMG in their game versus Venomcrest had to overcome a pretty significant lead and come back into the game. But facing off against them, Tempest showed that they were able to take that lead and snowball it oh so effectively. So I've kind of got questions coming into this matchup. Are we going to be seeing another clean closeout from Tempest, or are DMG going to show that tenacity and show that ability to stay in a game and win it even if you're not expected to?
I mean, there is that. Oh, sorry. There is a bit of an argument to be made over here, right? Because from Tempest's side, they definitely feel like a better team compared to Venomcrest in terms of like capturing these goldies and like snowballing. They seem to have a better grasp on how to end the games and close it out. But from the side of DMG, their game against Venomcrest, if we remember, they had a really bad dive or like an invade in the jungle that kind of gave Venomcrest 3 early kills. So already from that, they already set so much in the back foot. So if DMG can adjust that, maybe they won't be in such a disadvantageous situation, such as game 1.
Yeah, it was a rough performance, but then looking across the side of Tempest, you'd feel it would be unlikely that they would allow DMG to get away with a mistake like that, because it was domination in almost all 3 lanes. Rail, top, mid, and bot lane, all doing their jobs and doing them very well.
Yeah, for sure, and I think you're definitely going to see an Alawi ban because no one wants to play against that. So we're going to have that push to the side straight away. And one player to highlight for sure is Dunlosi. He had such a strong performance in that first game. Really good pathing, always there in the right time, and was just constant presence. And it just rounded out his synergy with Kusei in the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You just said Dunlosi good pathing. I don't know what's going on, but I mean, to be fair, he has for a long time been this player who has been memed a little bit, even when he's found successes, particularly on London United, the summer that I was casting UKEL. But he always finds himself onto these decent rosters, and he's a great enabler, I think, for these teams. I don't look at this guy and think, oh, massive carry, but he's always going to be there on bridge picks like the Poppy, on something like the Viego as well, and he's always going to be able to set up the early game for his team so that they're in a great position as it gets a little bit later region.
No, yeah, and like I like the fact that you talked about great enabler, because speaking about great enablers, I felt that Buzzy's Braum performance was really, really good. Like, not only was he protecting his 2 carries, Kusei and Scream, from all the projectiles and all the picks that potentially could have come out from Lionscreed Academy, he was also like doing some crazy engages with like Braum ults and stuff like that. But here we go into the draft.
Yeah, we are going to be getting in there. Finally, after all the delays with the servers, we are going to be jumping in. And guys, we had a few bans potentially targeted. Rel, you mentioned the Alawi as something that you needs to be hitting the ban table. The Aurelia had taken off the board, though. I know that's one of your personal favourites.
It is definitely one of my personal favourites. I'm not surprised by the Jace pick, and it literally falls into what I just said earlier. When you have a top laner or can play APs, it opens Jace up, and Jace thrives in this mid lane. He's able to roam to these lanes really easy and has high pressure, especially in the early game, and also has good scaling.
Yeah, then you look at that Azir ban, Kusai deathless on it in game 1, so not surprised that's going to be taken away. And I think that LeBlanc too is one of these mid laners that he has made a name for himself, not just in the UK scene, but also going and doing wonderful things in the Arabian League too.
Yeah, overall, it really seems like they're very focused on these mid bans, and especially at least from these bans I see, is like a lot of mid picks that will do really nice in laning and kind of try to get that lead on. It feels like almost they want the is it just me or are the overlays maybe a little bit like not?
I think overlays are sorted. We have just heard that the draft crashed. Which I didn't realise they could do. Didn't realise it was moving in a vehicle and capable of doing that. But regardless, it does mean that we're going to have a little bit more time to fill. And I think that just really gives us the opportunity to sort of discuss what this means for the UK to have the UKEL back, right? These orgs coming in, we've got names that we don't recognise, we've got some players that we do recognise, but Rael, as someone who has been part of the UK League of Legends for a long time, this is so great to finally have the UKEL back, right?
Yeah, I'm very glad that it's made its way back into the scene. It was needed for sure. It just gives you that grassroots area, what we needed back in the scene, and it also gives a chance of DMG is the perfect example for this. Players to prove themselves. Players who might want to pursue this further and go to higher teams. So you might see some people stand out, you might see some veterans come in and still say they've still got it.
Yeah, no, I mean, you kind of went into the point I kind of want to talk about there, Real, with the fact that not only for veterans to come back, but for new players to kind of come and prove themselves. And hey, you know what? There's also like new players.
New casters?
New casters too. Like there's guys like me just kind of coming in like, hey guys, how you doing? I know I might not have a British accent, but I'll try my best to blend in here.
Well, what you doing fine. Obviously, you absolutely killed it on the mic yesterday, bro. And obviously we brought you back for this. I believe we are going to be jumping to a little bit of a break whilst everything gets sorted in just a little bit. I'll let you guys know when that is happening. But from what we've seen of this draft so far, a lot of focus towards the mid lane, right? Banning away Kusai's champion pool, taking away that Jace, taking away that Azir, taking away that LeBlanc. Rail, is this what you expected to see, because we did have the Alawi touted as a very high-value pick.
I mean, I did kind of expect the Alawi to be slipped in there, but I'm also not surprised because we know how good Kusei is. We've seen him on many stages prove himself of just how strong of a mid laner is. And when you've got a mid laner like from DMG who plays these mechanical champions like the Kiana, it's probably going to look like a kill-heavy lane. He's going to want to look for that solo kill, or even the jungle-assisted kill. He's going to look for constant pressure on Kusei, and that's why they're trying to pinch his pool.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I have just had the go-ahead from production, so we are going to be jumping to a brief break, but stick around. We should have the draft back again in a few minutes.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 got it.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the UKEL 4 Nations, where we are hopefully going to be getting a draft for DMG versus Tempest Gaming. Rail, this is what happens when teams ban Irelia.
It's just disrespectful. I'm back on the cast and they're banning Aurelia. I don't get to see my champion anymore.
It's just really, really sad. It's especially with like the carry potential that we know can come out of top lane. But I digress. We're going to be jumping back into champion sleds. I'm assuming we're going to be seeing the same ban phase. Same champions taken off the board until we obviously had to have the draft remade. So we're going to have this pressure put down onto Kusai in the mid lane, but Tempest Gaming spreading out their bans a little bit more. I think we saw a Jarvan in there, if I'm right, as well as the Irelia.
Yeah, I think so too. I honestly don't remember too much out of it, but the Irelia for sure, and hopefully the Jarvan here coming out as well. So from Tempest Gaming side, it really feels like the Irelia ban and the Jarvan ban, of course, is more of a meta ban, but the Irelia ban makes me really think more like, okay, they're trying to go for these more like they probably looked at op.gg or something like that. Okay, we know these guys played like hand stiff champs and stuff like that. Let's take out Irelia and stuff like that. Boom. Don't give them the option to like outplay us. Like just keep them to this more simpler champs. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
You started that conversation very dangerously there. I thought I was gonna have to come over there, Adrian. If you're disrespecting Aurelia, don't make me. But yeah, I think you're very much right on the head with that, because she is flexible, can be played into mid as well, and you already highlighted the mid lane of DMG is the type of player who would play a pick like Aurelia, does like these mechanical champions who have the chance to outplay or even 1v2.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing. I'm not sure what's going on with that ban on Tempest Gaming.
It's a mystery
just
ban.
Don't want it. Well, it's not a ban. Like, surprise! There's nothing there. So I have just been told that it is a rumble. I don't know why that's not showing up on our screens, but hey, that was the key pick for Pig-Headed yesterday, Rael, and no surprise it's been taken off the board.
Yeah, exactly, and it does have that objective control. And I mean, if Jarvan was open, you do have the spicy hot pot you can make there, which is a very dangerous scenario to be involved in. But it doesn't surprise me at all that we've seen Rel. One of the strongest champions in the game right now, very strong support, can also be flexed to that jungle role, so we do have a lot of flexibility.
Yeah. And meanwhile, on the side here from Tempest Gaming, they say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We like Dunlosi's performance on Xin Zhao, so boom, put him on Xin Zhao again. Meanwhile, this is a hovered pick. Yeah, I was about to be like, Shaco? That's a bit weird. But it seems like they're not going to be trolling us. They are going to be going with a proper pick, with Scream going for the Kai'Sa pick there for the AD carry. Really solid pick. I mean, probably one of the best AD carries at the moment, at least in my opinion.
I'd say she's definitely solid. There is some very strong counters what can deal with her, but it's also that flexibility. She can still build some AP. It's not as strong as it used to be, but you still have that flexibility in your comp and can also be flexed towards that mid lane. So you do have options.
Meanwhile, over here on the side of DMG, now with those two picks from Tempest Gaming, they are going to be responding with a jungle pick for Maokai. This was basically what they picked last game as well, so that's interesting. Meanwhile, I saw like an Aurelion ban, but wait a second, is DMG, are they saying, alright, you know what? You know what, Zinyu? You gotta pick what you're good at. And boom, they picked the Kiana again, trying to show off, trying to be like, come at me, bro. We banned 3 of them. You can just come at us, whatever mid laner you want. We're still gonna try to beat you with Kiana.
And that falls back to giving the ejector control. Sorry to interrupt you, Middlecart, but
yeah,
it just means that playing around these dragons, barons becomes a lot harder.
Yeah, no, I think generally DMG are pretty clear about the way that they want to play League of Legends here. This is a comp that goes forward right now. The Rel, the Maokai is so excellent at finding these engages. We already saw what Jinyu could do on that Kiana yesterday, and he'll be hoping for a similar performance this time around. For Tempest, though, I feel like you've got a little bit of flexibility still. I think the Alistair can be engaged, can be disengaged. The Xin Zhao could operate in a similar format, and obviously there's a variety of builds that you can go on the Kai'Sa. This does feel like a squad that wants to be going in more than anything else, but I think, Rael, you've still got additional options.
Yeah, for sure, and what they're doing right now is pinching that AD carry pool, making that Kai'Sa pick even a stronger of a pick, getting rid of Xayah, getting rid of Nyla. It just means you're very limited on what else you can answer with. Yes, Ashe is open, but do you want to take Ashe into Kai'Sa Alistair? You're going to be very mobile and very vulnerable.
Yeah, for sure. And now we're going to have to see how those things lead up, because now we're on the second phase of bans. Tempest, starting off with the Xayah, responded by... Did I talk about points we've already talked about?
It's gone. The Alawi, it's down there somewhere. And it's disappeared. It's on there. I don't know. Yeah, no, I don't know what direction my camera is pointing anyway.
Oh yeah, my bad, guys. I kind of messed up. But at least Tempest starting off with the pick over here with an Orianna as the mid pick locked in. It's a nice stable pick. I mean, works with the Alistar really well. So yeah.
Also works for that Zinzao. You got stable delivery right there. Right now, DMG are saying, do you like AoE? Because we have that. We've got plenty of this in the bag. So they've got a very dangerous comp, especially for objectives, like I mentioned. Just that Maokai coming towards you makes you decide you either have to commit or fully disengage. So you have a clear set in mind, and if this cannon gets locked, this is a deadly teamfight comp that I got, and obviously that roaming potential of the Kiana.
I love DMG as a team. I already love them. I don't know anything about the players, but I already love them. From game 1 and game 2, they're just so full on. They're just so like, just kaboom, just go in and stuff like that. But we'll see how Tempest Gaming wants to respond. Wait, a hover. Oh yeah, I thought for a moment it was Akshan, but no, it is going to be the Cho'Gath in the top lane finally for Bear Tree. So overall for Tempest Gaming, it feels way more stable. And DMG is just more like, boom, just go in, just like try to AoE kill them all.
Yeah, it does feel like Tempest have hedged their bet a fair bit with this composition. Like, Orianna and Cho'Gath, whilst they're quite binary champions, I think they can be played in very flexible ways, and then they offer lots of stuff with their kit. Rail, though, DMG, like EG was talking about, like, there's one goal with this composition. You team fight, and you win the team fight. That's pretty much all you need to do.
Yeah, it does remind me slightly of the Chinese teams like 4 years back when people didn't know what to expect from them, and it's just sheer aggression. And that's entirely what that draft is. It's saying, we're going forward and you're not stopping us. You can certainly try, but it's a very dangerous comp to deal with.
And you might be onto something here, Rail, because at least from what we know, from the information given to us, DMG does have 3 Chinese nationals, so this team is at least 3/5 a Chinese team in that case. So that team fight, that playstyle might have kind of like marinated over to DMG, and now they're looking good on it. Honestly, like I'm super excited to see what they can bring up.
It's not quite DMG. It's LMQ. Like we've got. If anyone remembers them, oh my word, I feel old. Jesus Christ. But I think that it's indexing into the good things that we saw from DMG, right? I think that their laning was strong, which champions, they've all picked a decent laners here. Their early mid-game decision-making, little bit more questionable, but when it came to those team fights, Ejun, it felt like there wasn't really a way to match them. They just executed so well.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, plus I feel like chaos is their best friend, right? It's like in those team fight moments where every single millisecond matters and stuff like that, they just seem like a team that's just like, yep, we don't even have to talk anymore, just go. Like, whatever happens. They throw the cosmic die, it just turns out that cosmic die is weighted towards their favor, so more often than not it lands in their favor, essentially.
Right, they've been playing Baldur's Gate, they've been getting loads of inspiration just re-rolling the dice, you know. That didn't happen. Critical fail, what are you talking about? But their opponents, obviously, in Tempest Gaming, Rail, bit less focused of a composition towards one clear goal, I think it is fair to say. How do we want to see these guys playing? What's their angle?
Well, they've got very simple, basic comp. It's nothing too spicy. It's very simple on what they want to do. They can go forward or they can re-engage. They don't have to be the primary team engaging. They can just play around the Orianna ball and say one misstep, you're getting shockwaved. And there's a highlight I wanted to pick out, which is a Cho'Gath pick. So this pick has becoming stronger and stronger patch by patch. People have realized when you go AP, you go Everfrost into Demonic Embrace, you are still tanky enough to be frontline. You're not squishy, and you'll still have plenty of damage. And it also fits around that objective control. An extra smite. It's something you always have to be scared of.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a Drake Soul that I think was one of those real win conditions for DMG last time around that helped them get back into the game. And if you look at their comp, there is a lot of burst here. There's not a lot of consistent DPS that is going to be able to take down one of those tanks. I do just want to probe your mind a little bit, though, because you are the resident top lane aficionado of the UKEL. Kennen, Cho'Gath, not a matchup we're seeing all the time. How do you reckon this one's going to be playing out in the laning phase?
So honestly, it's going to end up more passive than you expect. So Kennen, obviously having that range can potentially bully champions, but Cho'Gath having that passive, being able to sustain really, really well, he can honestly just play off ruptures and just get the mana and the HP back all the time. Depends if he'll go for the Doran's Ring or Doran's Shield, but generally speaking, he'll be okay.
Ejan, I want to come to you then. How are you feeling coming into this game about the way that both teams are set up? Have you got a slight favourite coming out of draft?
I mean, well, my heart says DMG just because I love the fact that they're just going so balls to the wall. But my brain does tell me Tempest Gaming. It's just such a simpler, easier team comp to execute. Essentially, like a lot more safer, and I feel like time is on their side. That's a very important thing. So even if things go late, it's gonna be. Oh yeah, but we are gonna get into the game, right?
Yeah, I believe we are. Casters for today's game, well, all of today's games, are going to be Zika and Brackish Bits. Tempest Gaming and DMG both came into today with a 1-0 record, but only one of them is going to be able to maintain a win streak through week 1. Let's take it away.
Thank you so much, Middlecott and the desk. Welcome everyone to game number 1. I am indeed Brackish Brit. I have dragged back from the coaching depths Zika to be back on the broadcast. Drew, we're on the UKEL. We're in the UK. Let's get on into this game. Obviously, the desk said a lot of things. Do you resonate with most of what they were saying?
Absolutely. I mean, just looking at this DMG comp, right, it just screams Deathball. You've got a Kiana, you've got a Misfortune, you've got a Maokai, you've got a Rael, you've got a Kennen. You get on top of the enemy team, you're going to Thanos snap him out of existence.
Question remains, though. Tempest Gaming, we know all of these names. They are tenured names who have been around a very, very long time. And they have the benefit of simplicity. As, again, the desk said, they have a composition that is a lot more flexible than what DMG Esports are putting forwards. As you said, they're mostly, DMG, just going to deathball. Try and play for those team fights, play to annihilate the opposition in those fights. Whereas Tempest, it feels like they have many more, slightly trickier angles that they can look to play things. And one thing that I would love to see this game, we'll see if Scream is ballsy enough to do it. There is absolutely an angle where an engage comes through and Scream delivers the ball with the killer instinct to the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. The only problem you have with a situation like that is Kusai, very short range mage. To follow a killer instinct, you'd have to be in the fray already, but it is an interesting thought to take forwards. But they do have a much slower team comp. You're looking at Cho'Gath, Orianna, Kai'Sa. You're looking at playing fights more front to back, a lot slower, a lot more standard. DMG could very easily turn around and say, no, actually, we don't want to play like that.
And speaking of slower, I mean, Tempest Gaming's first game was only 25 minutes long. Is that you saying that you're not expecting this one to be quite as open and shut?
I don't think so. Unless DMG do something like they did on Monday against Venomcrest and Tempest get a huge lead, because we've seen Tempest know how to close out games. I think this will be a bit of a longer game on their side.
Well, we see right now Scream and Buzzy matching up against Yang and Steven in the bot lane. How's this matchup tend to play out? I know you have a particular distaste for Misfortune.
I don't like any AD carry that builds lethality, but that's personal bias. So,
I mean, you have a platform right now. I'm gonna let you talk about that. Firstly, do you think with this PTA build that Yang is going to go that way?
Most likely. I mean, you can run pretty much any Keystone with that lethality MF build, because you're largely going to be looking to get shorter trades into your burst. Although press the attack is definitely more akin the usual thing we'd see, but it looks like Dunlosi looking bot side.
Oh, Buzzy. Flashing on forwards. Dunlosi is here. The flash back from Steven into the crashdown will be able to get him out. Scream feeling himself, though. Going all the way underneath the tower. Is going to have to be body on the way out. Go super low. Yang nearly claiming his toll. Everyone will be able to sneak on back. And at the end of the day, a whole bunch of summoners burned.
Yeah, nothing really comes of it outside of a few summoners getting used. But the exhaust is out of Yang, and that is the most important thing in this situation, because that exhaust is the only thing that's going to really keep you alive for an extended period of time in this line.
Oh, hi,
Dunlosi
Dunlosi.
is looking for the return.
He's after it. Buzzy finds the way forwards. He's found Yang. He's trying to step forward. He knows there's no way out. And that first blood will be handed across to Scream. May not have worked the first time, but the second, that one's just fine.
And that just shows major disrespect on the side of Yang and Steven, right? They know that Dunlosi's just been bot. They walk back up to this wave, and they just get flanked again. There's no vision. There's no nothing to keep them safe. And they get punished for it big time. They get super punished for it.
We already see 1,000 gold advantage for the side of Tempest Gaming. It's cool to see Xinyu on his Kiana once again. Obviously, right now, gonna be just chilling out until he actually reaches a point where he can get to become that major roam threat. Meanwhile, Dunlosi and Buzzy have something to say about that. Rushing on in, the Kiana will find herself dead before she can do anything. Shroudy Rowdy is going to get taken down as well, as that's 2 for Dunlosi off a fantastic roam.
That's Shroudy Rowdy and Xinyu dead, and I'm going to take back everything I said. Tempest are looking to play this game very fast and loose. We're just going to snowball into your face. We're just going to hands check you. We're just better
I kind of said this, right? It's that Tempest Gaming's composition can play many different ways. You can be tricky, and this is still a composition that can annihilate you if it gets ahead. We've already got a kill on Scream. We've got 2 on Dunlosi. People often disrespect the Xin Zhao, I think, quite a bit. And this guy can annihilate you if he gets fed early. He is already rolling very, very nicely.
Yeah, definitely rolling on the borders. We're just going to go and look at some rocks for a little while.
Alcove Gaming.
Alcove Gaming, indeed. Tempest are setting themselves up for success beautifully here. Dunlosi back on this bot side. Still has top camps up, but looking to get...
Betry. Looking towards the top side. Betry forced to flash away. Pighead had to use his own as well. He was lurking for a second there as we saw Betry trying to make something happen. Not quite able to manage it, but he's not going to suffer too much. A TP will absolutely get him back into lane. No harm, no foul.
Yep, looking absolutely fine in this situation as things stand. And potentially has an angle into mid lane if he's not currently on vision. Now, just gonna see if Buzzy can find the angle on this bot lane. Kusai getting the shove in mid as well. This is a good setup for a dragon if Scream and Buzzy can get this wave in.
Yeah, they need to do that quickly as possible. Dunlosi is going to make his way through, and Kusai is now the one trying to get onto the roam himself. 4 members of Tempest Gaming may try and make their way bot lane. Steven will find Dunlosi here. They now know what is happening. Can they do anything about it, though? They have to completely abandon the tower, or the engage will come through. Never mind, it comes through anyway, and it's going to be given across to Kusai, his first kill of the game. And the crumble of thunder wrestles across the rift. Tempest Gaming here to play.
And they're showing that they can play very, very hard. Currently sitting on a 2.3 thousand gold lead. We're only 7 minutes into the game, by the way, guys. 4 kills, 2.3k gold lead, basically 2,500 gold. And, Scream's off to a great start, Dunlosi's off to a great start, Kusai's off to a great start, and Buzzy is finding these ways in left, right, and center. Tempest are genuinely just saying, we have better team play and better early games than you do, and we're going to abuse it.
Definitely, we've seen that way. Pighead, for his own self, is doing a perfectly fine job of bullying the Cho'Gath in the early game. Gonna have that CS advantage, gonna have that slight gold lead, but don't know how much is going to matter with the rest of the map for Tempest looking so good. Tempest right now are spotted on the ward. Buzzy and Dunlosy try to come forward, but they find themselves the ones surrounded. The flash out from Buzzy will mean he survives. Dunlosy is going to be given a cross, though. The shutdown's taken by Steven. Not exactly who you'd wanted on Bertree. You're not getting out of this one, my friend. This will be given across to Jinyu. First kill for the Kiana, and DMG strike back.
A very good bait from Pighead there to just say, we know what you're looking to do, we know where you are, and we're going to play to it. The great use of the slicing maelstrom there.
Splicing?
Still not used to that. I thought it was splicing for ages. The great use of the slicing maelstrom coming out from Pighead there to just ensure that that fight goes their way, getting their first kill onto Jinyu as well. This Kiana that was so damn impactful in that last series against Venomcrest Serpents. Tempest, definitely overplaying their hand.
Yeah, getting a little bit excited. Perhaps they do concede across the first Herald of the game. First Drake is yet to be actively contested by either team right now. But with that Drake in pocket, we do also see Ruddy is going towards the top side. Would not surprise me if Dunlosy now takes this opportunity for the cross map. I would love to know if Dunlosy's on Drake right now. I think we're only seeing blue side vision.
We are currently, but it does showcase just how little vision DMG have across the map, as there goes the dragon across to Tempest. Buzzy looking up towards this mid lane.
Great cross map.
If DMG wanted to try and find something onto Scream, now would be that time.
Yeah, you know exactly where the Alistair is, or approximately at least. And with him out of the way, could potentially look for Scream. It seems, however, the wraparound is coming through. Steven and Yang do know about what is going on. And right now, the Void Seekers aren't going to do quite enough damage to really be threatening Steven's health bar. We passed the 10-minute mark. It is still a sizable 1.4k gold league for Tempest Gaming, but yeah, they kind of got reality checked by that DMG heads up towards the top side.
I want to point this out, and this is something worth mentioning. A very underused but strong build coming out from Scream here, rushing that Umbral Glaive, looking to go for a lethality-centric Kai'Sa build. But, you know, it does its job, it does what it needs to do, and that Q is going to hit like a mini truck, and it means you can find these flanks really, really easily, because you have that Umbral Glaive, something that a lot of people don't build, but Buzzy, looking for this engage on Loxi's around the corner.
Is looking for it, ends up not going for it fully at least. Scream will put some damage down as well. Nothing was really burned by the Tempest bot lane there though. Like, the Unbreakable Will is still up, still have the potential for Killer Instinct as well. But right now, it's Dunlosy and Kusai meeting up to light up this bot side jungle. That is what's really impactful for me. This now means that repeat roams, and more importantly, denying roams from Jinyu, means that this bot lane can stay safe.
Doing a beautiful job of keeping them in this lane and just kind of forcing the side lanes for DMG. Sorry, my brain just died for a second there. Forcing the side lanes of DMG to play a hell of a lot more respectfully than they would otherwise like.
Yes, absolutely. And it seems that Bertree is doing a little bit better for himself. Got a little bit of health, a little bit of magic resist. Pighead is going to have to stack up a little bit more to really threaten. In fact, TPing basically on top of Bertree's head right now, dropping the slicing maelstrom. Might potentially look for the solo kill. There is no man to speak of for Bertree. Not going to be able to find the kill, however. It's just going to return to base. His TP, I think, is still on cooldown, but not long at all before that will come back. And of course, we are past the 10-minute mark, so Unleash teleports now up and available as well.
Yep, and I'm very interested to see the number of stacks that Bertree has. How many of the minions have been nommed this game as the Chem Tank Rush? This is something new.
That is an item I have not seen in quite some time until, except the time where I was building it every single game on Skarner last season. Ruddy. Here towards the top side. Does Bertree know? I don't think he does. Slicing Maelstrom may be down. Ruddy is going to try and chase this one forward. Dunlosy is in the area. Herald will get put down. Nature's Grasp does hit onto Dunlosy, so they will be aware of his presence. I don't know if this is going to be enough to take the full tower down. We'll just finish off Shelly there. But it should be relatively simple. I think there is a tiny bit of a plate left there for Pighead to pick up if he can manage it.
So I'm actually really interested as to why Bertree didn't just go ahead and feast the Herald there. I think it does count as an epic monster. Pighead going so low off the back of the trade. Interesting.
Yeah, he'll be
I'm pretty
forced
sure,
back.
The summoned Herald does count towards feast.
Okay, well, Bertree flash feasted. Not quite enough to secure the kill onto Pighead, though, but it does mean he can now potentially shove a wave in and force Pighead to lose it, as he is low enough to be at risk of a dive. Dunlosey, of course, on the complete opposite side of the map, but unless DMG specifically know that, then they have to respect his potential presence.
Yeah, gotta be very, very careful given the situation they find themselves in. That is first item completed for 3 members on each team. We are going to see the crit MF come out this game from Yang, not wanting to go for that lethality. I like it. I think you would overstack on your burst if you went lethality this game. I think it has its places, but you are looking at all burst and no consistent DPS if you go for lethality as MF this game. My worry is crit MF is not going to be able to keep up with the rest of this game because she is so heavily outranged.
It's potential worry. We see right now, Tempest Gaming trying to find the angle in here. Pighead does have the slicing maelstrom. He's going to go in onto 4. The supreme display of talent does not quite catch, and it's going to be Xinyu taken down. Steven is going to have to run as well. Chomped by Bertree. Run, Yang. Run. Buzzy is on the chase. He's not going to flash forwards. The follow-up perhaps not quite close enough. Instead, though, they could look for a dive here. Scream already shoving the wave in. Can they deny the back? A Void Seeker would do it. I think Yang choosing to stay, actually, as Bertree completes the recall. Dunlosey as well. Going to be able to pick up that second Drake for Tempest.
And there you see the damage of this full lethality Kai'Sa coming through. An auto plus a Q just completely ruining Yang's health bar there. About a half of it gone. That is 3 kills and 2 dragons for nothing, I believe, on the side of Tempest. So a very, very good play, very good eye to see that angle ready and waiting for them. And now we just have to see if DMG are going to bite back. This is something we've been seeing all game, is whenever they start to go into a deficit, they will bite back.
Kusai, just as far as I'm aware, completely solo took first turret?
Yep. He's been being able to
DMG got first Herald. The second Herald has just spawned.
Yep,
okay.
I mean,
Alright then.
Shoving in a Kiana, she has no real
30 CS advantage.
You can't just wail.
True. Let me see. Right now, DMG do not want to give away the second. Aha! I can now see the game again. I think we are back in business. Are you able to see the main feed again? You may want to close it and reopen it. It seemingly worked for me. I'm hoping that hasn't messed up my my levels. Sorry, production, if it has, but I am now capable of seeing the game again.
There we go.
Closing on towards the 19-minute mark. Still around a 3k gold advantage for Tempest. They are holding their lead very nicely. And I do want to point out, of course, that Jinyu did blind pick his Kiana for a second game. And as of yet, it's not done all that much.
No, not particularly. I mean, Tempest running away with the majority of this game. Just gonna have to wait and see just what, how it's gonna turn. If we can get a stack check on this Cho'Gath production, that would be very, very appreciated. Just try and see how tanky this big boy is becoming.
It's already looking decently chunky.
Decently chunky. I would guesstimate about 6 or 7 stacks at this point, maybe.
I would have said 5, but it's been a while since I played Cho'Gath.
That is just an estimate. We'll see if we can get that checked out sometime soon. For now, Tempest looking to set something up in this mid lane. Have complete control of vision for the most part. You can see there really isn't much of anything that DMG can do. I mean, every time that Ruddy or Jinyu try to walk into this jungle, they are immediately pushed out, as we are looking at the Soul Point Dragon here for Tempest. Mostly going to start it up.
Right now, it doesn't really look like there is an easy way for DMG to get into this one. There comes the Nature's Grasp, but Bear Tree should be able to soak it. It'll land onto a couple of people. Pighead puts his head around, but immediately gets headbutted out. Pighead not able to find Kusei. Dunlosi goes down to preliminary display of talent. Keep the cannon at arm's length, managed to mitigate a lot of what Pighead was trying to do in that fight. They are now able to convert it across to a fight win, and they've even started off the Baron at 21.5 minutes. It looks like Tempest are not wanting to wait for this game to go long. There is going to be absolutely nothing that DMG Esports can do to prevent this Baron going down, and the lead will balloon out to 6,000, and the wind is being knocked out of DMG sails.
Center in this game, and another very strong showing from Tempest. I mean, we saw it yesterday, but I mean, when you hit that second game of the first week, you can really start to see patterns coming out from teams. You can start to see strong points and weak points coming out, and I mean, both of these teams, we're seeing them in droves. DMG having a bit of a weak early game, struggling to then have a lead coming into the middle late. They look a team that wants to keep the game even, versus Tempest, I mean, just stomping from minute 1, going from the start and seeing how far they can go. This is an absolutely insane showing from Tempest.
Yep, well, we came to this game seeing how well DMG Esports could match, potentially, and Tempest Gaming wanting to make a statement here. Down goes Rowdy. There is going to be no escape for Steven either. The bullet time will come out, but it does absolutely nothing to Dunlosi, and Buzzy will soak it with the Unbreakable Will. Towers falling left and right. Pighead has been left alone towards the bot side, I think just to soak up some bounty gold, pretty much. Right now towards the top side as well. Bear Tree shoving in, trying to close out as many of these objectives as possible. So, zooming back. DMG Esports. This is obviously not a great situation to be in. They are 6,500 gold down. They are losing pretty much all of their standing gold on the map. Where is their win con? Where is the angle for them to come back in this game?
They need a good flank and a good engage, and a good death ball combo from Pighead, Shroudy, and Jinyu. If you can find that, you can maybe look to pick off Scream from Kusai, and that's when you start to have a fight on your hands. Because Dunlosi, still no Shojin.
Yeah, opted to forgo it this game, instead going for the early Sterex pickup, which of course does greatly increase his durability at least. Maybe choosing to delay it to third item, or perhaps just not even go for it at all. We'll see how that, developments to come. Bear Tree as well. We were talking about the AP build. They were at least on the desk, but this game, Bear Tree, of course, went for that Turbo Chem Tank pickup. It's the Chem Tech Rift, that's what got me. And also, we've got a Jack Show. Dunlosi going forwards. Pighead, there is no way out for the Kennen. Shockwave will find him. Kusai is unstoppable. And the chase down on Shroudy Rowdy will be as simple as that. Lightning strikes. Apparently 15 times this game, Zika. Tempest Gaming are not looking to take any prisoners.
Striking the same players, the same points on the map, the same outcome every single time. Rain, please. Tempest are running away with this game, and this plays really nicely in something the desk was talking about at the top of the day, and that's AD Carry Snowball. Scream doing so much work for this roster, sitting on 3 items at this point. A Bear Tree, the Alawi player from yesterday, showing that he can play tanks as well. This Cho'Gath has been nothing but a thorn in the side of DMG all game. And honestly, at this point, it's really hard to come back from.
Magnet Storm is fantastic, though. Supreme display of talent. They get the shutdown onto Kusai. Could this be the moment? Domino Gaming are finding the fight. DMG Esports are correct. The misspoke. The follow-up is there. Baytree will drop as well. And for no casualties whatsoever, DMG Esports find 3 members as Tempest Gaming overstep trying to get into the base.
We cursed it! We just... The caster curse is back with vengeance.
Furthermore,
DMG.
This is now soul denied, as the members of DMG Esports gonna step forwards, Scream and Buzzy going on a mission, it would seem, but there is really nothing they can do. They're gonna try and step away, hope they don't get engaged upon. Looks like they will be okay. The crash down coming forwards. The stun will land. But there's the cleanse. 3-man knockup from Buzzy. They're going to try and chase this one forwards, but this is a very, very tanky Alistair. Kusai comes forward. Unfortunately, the shockwave will not find anybody. DMG are able to disengage, to abscond with their hoodwink of a fight and a Drake in pocket.
And the coordination from Steven and Jinyu to kick all that off. Absolutely beautiful. The crash down Magnet Storm into supreme display of talent is a supreme display of destruction. And I mean, Tempest, they overplayed their hand again. We saw it at the start of the game, and then it looked good. It looked so good, and they overplayed their hand again, trying to push into this base. Now they've had soul denied. Now they've had 3 members of the team shut down. Now there's a Baron in about a minute or so that they're going to have to fight for, and they've just given gold into arguably the worst possible carries on the side of DMG. This game just got a whole lot harder for Tempest if they can't clean their act up a little bit.
Well, they're currently clearing the wards out of the topside jungle of DMG Esports, stealing every single camp that they possibly can as well. So, it's going to be difficult possibly for DMG to find the fight they want when they are walking in completely blind.
Yeah, I mean, you have to send Shroudy or Steven in here. Are sitting on 2-3 items across the board now. Pighead and Jinyu sitting on 3. Yang sitting on 2. Scream, Kusai, and Dunlosi. Or Scream, Kusai on 3 and Dunlosi on 2. And this thing dies so damn fast. Buzzy doing a beautiful job of just playing Gatekeeper. Pighead has said, stuff it. We can't fight this. I'm just defending the base.
Yeah. The vision control from Tempest Gaming, too damn good. They will secure themselves their second Baron of the game. They're still looking in a pretty damn good spot to close out this game. Still 7k up. They need to make sure they don't make another big mistake like they did in that previous fight. However, they're looking to try and 1-4 it. Battery, though, might be lingering to the side to try and find someone unawares.
And if you do catch someone with a rupture or just randomly manage to box them into feast range, it does change this. Oh my god, Yang!
Yeah, this is getting to that point in the game. Scream, you absolute madman! With the pickup of the Duskblade, gonna delete Yang. Gives across his own life to do so, though, but that allows his teammates to take the top inhibitor, to take that one down as well. The mid inhibitor is the only one still up. I believe the bot inhibitor should be respawning relatively soon. Tempest Gaming feeling confident enough, it seems, to continue this play.
Do you know the even more mind-blowing thing there? I'm going to shut up for a minute.
Kusai is the one we need to be looking at here. The front line is where all of the damage is being found. Steven finds his way onto Kusai, but there's no way. Buzzy completely denies Jinyu from getting in at all. Pighead has no ultimate. He's got a flash, but you're not going to be able to do anything against this 4-man brick battery rushing on forwards. May not have the feast. Going to flash away from the bullet storm. Pighead is going to go down as Kusai is looking to find one last kill onto Yang. The low on mana is likely not quite going to be able to do it, but just shy of 30 minutes. It was not the cleanest game we have ever seen, but Tempest Gaming will knock down DMG Esports, and they will claim their second win of the split.
And an absolutely insane game to do it, and that brings me nicely onto my point. That game could have looked so much different if Scream hadn't dove in there. The Duskblade procced. That Slicing Maelstrom was tanked by nothing. It didn't hit anything, and if Pighead had had that at the end of that game, they couldn't have ended there. It was way too dangerous. It was a beautiful play from Scream to buy space and time for his team, and that's just the story of Tempest so far this week. They're just playing off their carries being absolute madmen and playing with the space, the time, and the resources that are being bought by these players, while also knowing that if they ever get into a scrap 5v5, they can rely on these players to be the reason they win these fights.
Let it never be said that Scream as a KDA player goes full aggro to allow his team to close out their second win of the split. And DMG Esports, I want to give props to them still. That yes, this was a loss, but they fell behind quite a lot in the early to mid game, and they still found that fight, and they still denied the soul. That was really impressive. I honestly thought that push towards the base was going to be the end of the game. They made me eat my words. Steven finds the engage, followed up by the supreme display of talent, was absolute poetry to watch. It's a shame that it didn't convert to a win.
Yeah, I mean, it was supreme destruction of Tempest for one fight. It happens. DMG having a lot of good signs. They're showing real signs of life. I think they just need to try and tighten up that early game a little bit, and if they can do that, things are looking good.
See if they can do that. Obviously, we'll be looking towards Monday next week for that to happen. Tempest Gaming on a tear right now. We'll see if anyone can step up and challenge them in the future. But for the time being, at least, we're going to throw it to a break. When we come back, it'll be Middlecott and the gang breaking down that game some more. Don't go anywhere.
But G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan. Hey, I've been saving all I can. Hey, you could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey, we ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a fluke. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah, only worry about the fans. Yeah, I won't compromise the brand. Yeah, I've been saving up the bands. Whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome back to the UK, where we just witnessed Tempest Gaming continuing their excellent start to this Four Nations split with a win over DMG Esports Rail, who weren't quite able to repeat the heroics of their matchup versus Venomcrest on Monday.
Yeah, they weren't able to keep up with the tempo of Tempest. It was kind of just a demolition derby. There wasn't really much for them to hold on to. And the big thing what we wanted to talk about was that pathing.
Yep.
No, yeah, I mean, Dunlosi's pathing in the first 5 minutes was kind of insane. I think he essentially got 2 ganks on bot. He got like a gank within mid, and then like that was like just 3 kill participation there, and then kind of also like exploiting the fact that Maokai from DMG missed that early ganking mid. I don't know if people got to see it in the viewer, but like we did see the flash go off, and then of course a response flash from, So,
Yeah.
I mean, just really well played from Dunlosi those first 5 minutes. Crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. I think the really impressive thing was how Tempest showed us once again the ability to snowball the game right into the end. You could just see that in how it ended up finishing off, how these guys stacked up right at the end of the game. If we bring up the end of game scoreboard that we've got for you guys there. It's another example, I feel like, though, of multiple roles providing very, very good things here for Tempest Gaming Rail. We've got Kusai continuing to do carry stuff. We've got Scream, who was immense again as well.
Yeah, to note, these are not the right champions. Don't worry about that. There was no double Katarina on either side. But yeah, you hit the nail on the head. Scream having an insane game. Pretty much getting as much freedom as he wants because of Buzzy. Buzzy was just actually cracked this entire game, denying the Kiana on multiple occasions, not being able to get in.
And also super mobile in that early game. Right, Ejun. It very much felt like this Tempest Gaming squad were playing as a unit, as a team. It was never just one or two people. You always had 3 people there to make a play happen.
Oh yeah, like every time there was Dunlosi, there was like a huge commends to the support. A huge support to the support Buzzy as well. Like, because whenever there was a roam, he was always like following around. They both were like peas and carrots, always together, holding hands, just helping out everybody in their side of the Summoner's Rift. And like, there was just not much that you could do from the side of DMG, like with that much like proactive plays. And like, I mean, it was smooth like butter at least.
Yeah, I mean, there were attempts, right? There were definitely a couple of missteps from Tempest once they'd already gotten that lead, but it was very much a situation where they were so far ahead that randomly dying 3 times in the base or giving up a dragon, whilst these were mistakes, they weren't mistakes that ended up leading to anything significant.
Yeah, there were gaps, but the gaps weren't big enough to be exploited, so it didn't really mean too much in the end product. So they knew they could go for these extra plays, I should say, because some of it was like greedy pathing. It's very simple things, what they knew they were doing. They just thought they were a bit untouchable at the time, which, when you're that far ahead, I kind of understand why.
Well, you appreciate a team that plays with a little bit of swagger and confidence, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. We both agreed on the same time.
I like that, both the chorus, both agree, but yeah, you could in a little bit if it makes the game slightly more entertaining. I do just want to move us on to our next match of the day, though, because we are going to be having Lionscreed facing off against Ruddy, and polar opposite fates for these teams on day one, right? Lionscreed falling victim to that Tempest Gaming that we've just seen get another win for themselves, but Ruddy looking like one of those top teams alongside Tempest Gaming, perhaps, Ejun.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is another team that's been playing like, or that first game they played against Arcadeia, really played cleanly. Like, they also kind of like Tempest, I feel like, play as a unit together and also have some exceptional individual players as well, especially Jamsu. I was so impressed by Jamsu's Nautilus, just getting hooks after hooks after hooks, just making it look like a point and click essentially.
Well, let's have a little bit of a look at the Ruddy roster then, because we've talked about these names like Sin, like Jamsu, but we've got a full squad here of UKL talents, right? Akka's in the top lane, Tyrant coming out of the jungle, Crisis in the mid, and then that dynamic bot lane that was oh so deadly on day one.
Yeah, they were very, very deadly. And Sin does have some hidden champions, what we could expect to see at some point. He was known for his Twitch way back when, so there's always that chance that he could pull it out. It's one of his favourite champions, so always something you got to keep in the back of your mind.
And when you're on Ruddy, I think you've got a little bit more agency and a little bit more freedom to go for a few of those weird and wonderful picks. But I think the most impressive thing that really stood out for me was how much of a team performance this was coming out from Ruddy. But their opponents in Lionscreed, also a decent team in themselves, and are going to be looking to bounce back from that defeat on Monday. And they got some decent players themselves if they can get off the ground. Of course, you got Cormac in the top lane. If he's on Darius, we're pogging. If he's not, then sometimes it's a little bit contentious. Obsidian in the jungle, Craney, Scottish mid laner, and Kumikum Heathen rounding out the bottom lane. Of course, they are playing with a substitute in Wolf at the support role for this week one, whilst Heathen is unavailable. So potentially affecting things, but of course, you're still going to want to put your best foot forward, and you're still going to be trying to grab these wins.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and for Lionscreed, they're definitely going to want this win. I mean, it was definitely unfortunate to see them, like, lose to Tempest Gaming in such a dominant fashion. I feel like we didn't really get to see too much of this team kind of, like, do their stuff, because just so early on in the game, like, for example, with Bear Tree getting out of control, they just... There weren't a lot of options left, so I really hope that this time they have a much more stable early game, and from then on they can, like, kind of flourish with their playstyle and try a lot of different stuff.
And the big question for me is which version of Kumikum are we going to see? And it's very notorious to say it, because there's times where he can look absolutely monstrous, but then there's also times where he's like Jensen for C9, not using Echo Wolf. He's just getting himself in them positions.
The guy's catching strays. How many years ago was that rail? How many years?
I ain't letting anyone off. You ain't getting off easy. I'll remember. I'll still be here to the last day.
I mean, surely that's going to add pressure to these guys right now that the Watch Live rails there, and any missed play is going to be judged. But it kind of happens at Four Nations from time to time. I can remember some very interesting things happening. The UKL top laners walking past each other. But I digress. Matchup as well, culturally, I think as well. I think Lionscreed have made a big deal about being a London-based organisation. It's a big part of their branding. It's a big part of their ethos. But Ruddy have also come in and offered that sort of thing to the League of Legends space. And I know that with this roster in particular, they're willing to have a little bit of banter.
Yeah, they love the banter. That's why everyone actually likes Ruddy, because it's a breath of fresh air. There's not a lot of teams what were willing to do what they do. And also, like you mentioned, there is a lot of pride on the line here. Both teams do not want to lose this for many reasons. And honestly, if Ruddy do lose, does that signify as Tempest as one of the strongest teams in the league?
June, I feel like the answer's leaning towards yes there, mate.
I mean, yeah, no, for sure. I mean, because if it isn't Ruddy, I'm not really sure who's gonna be number 2. I mean, we could maybe think about Belfast, or it's a bit of a hard thing to kind of say right now because it's so early on in the league, of course. So we're gonna have to see all these matches. But
No, we need big conclusions from small sample sizes. Okay.
Okay, I'll try my best. This totally goes against my education to do such a thing like this. But yes, okay. If Ruddy does lose, then since rock paper scissors, right? Lionscreed lost to Tempest. Ruddy lost to Lionscreed. Then Tempest is best team in EU. It's settled.
God, the transitive properties of winning and losing. But I think that actually brings up an interesting point, right? Because where are we seeing the weaknesses for Ruddy? I think you could talk about them quite similarly to Tempest in terms of the way that top lane looked good, mid lane looked good, bot lane looked amazing last time on the Rift. I was wondering if really either of you guys are going to open up the question. Has spotted something about Ruddy that you think could be exploited?
Honestly, there's not many weaknesses, because Tyron played into a hard counter matchup and still played fine. Didn't really have any issues. Yeah, lost his flash once or twice, but losing your flash instead of dying, I think he would take that every day.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I will also have to note though that like their game against Arcadia, if I were to give Lionscreed a little bit of a little extra leeway to work with, you know, in terms of like giving them more hope, it's like Arcadia didn't really draft what we would consider like a conventional draft. They did go that LeBlanc top. Of course, Synapse like loves his split pushing champions, but LeBlanc is a very unorthodox pick, and it could just simply be the fact that like from Arcadia's draft, maybe a more traditional, like more stable draft would have benefited them into Ruddy Esports. Could be.
Yeah. Well, and I do think that Lionscreed, I think you can very easily see this team setting up in quite a traditional way. Because when I look at Cormac, yes, he is a bridge top laner, but I think on his picks, he wants to be in that isolated 1v1. I think you get like one gank from your jungler just to make sure that you get a small advantage, and then it's all about winning that 1v1, applying pressure by yourself, and then moving to other parts of the map. And hey, if Kumikumi is going to have one of his good days, I think, Rail, that is a wonderful place for Obsidian to invest some resources.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I kind of want to lean back to the conventional comp thing, what you just mentioned, because if they do get their hands on Darius, it'll probably be a Darius into Renekton matchup, which does actually end up favouring Darius. It can be a little bit rough early because of the Renekton's early game spike, but Darius loves to play into melees. That's his favourite thing. You want to play into a Darius, he's just going to sit there pushing you away from the wave slowly, bit by bit, trying to force your jungler to come top so you can put resources elsewhere.
I guess the only like caveat to that is the Darius can't be banned, because at that point the strategy falls apart. So I think Junko, that means the Lionscreed need to find some picks that teams are going to feel like they need to ban instead of the Darius, right? Because if you've not got guys showing up on, let's say, the Kai'Sa particularly strongly, or someone who's really good on Syndra, then you can just ban the Darius every day of the week and you're not going to care.
Yeah, that's definitely going to have to see if Cormac can get out of that scenario with a pick of his own. And we're going to see, like, now we're going to get into the picks and bans. So, boom, we do start off with Ruddy Esports banning out that Fizz.
Yeah, and this is something that is targeted against Craney. One of the elements of the UKL that I've certainly come to love is the fact that you've got weird and wonderful champions prioritized by a few of these players. I know Tyron, an absolute demon on that Evelyn as well, Raul.
Yeah, and that champion's just disgusting. I won't even lie, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Having that much pen for free should be illegal, but you know, it's not going to be available today, and the Poppy being banned also opens up a lot of angles for more Dash champions. So it's either going to be traded for something like a Jarvan ban here, but instead they opt towards the Xayah, so Jarvan is available.
I mean, Sin had an incredible performance on the Xayah, and I heard that cry of pain as the Poppy got banned. I saw that, bro. Don't worry, I hear you, I see you, man.
Yeah, no, you know, just as you guys have had your Irelia pain when Irelia got banned, for me it's Poppy. I'm a Poppy main, so I always want to see Poppy on the Rift. I think she's an amazing champ because she stops so many dashes, but in the same time, stopping that many dashes, all those engaged, a very important reason why you want Poppy banned if your playstyle goes for that, of course.
You just put yourself in deadly water announcing that you're a Poppy main. I'm sure Twitch chat is going to be very happy about that.
Yeah, they know already, man. I mean, whatever.
You just got to take it on the chin, man. I'm still pining for old dude here. But coming back into the draft, we have seen a few things locked in. That Rel picked up for Ruddy. Flex pick potential there. Could be Tyron, could be Jamsu piloting that one. For Lionscreed, though, these two lock-ins, very long range, very safe DPS potential with the Ezreal and the Azir Rail.
And I'd say fairly standard. Kumikumi is one to always love to play Ezreal. If he's open, he'll happily pick him 9 times out of 10. You need to give him a reason not to pick it, basically. Like, he'll happily take Ezreal most games. Doesn't mind being a benefactor to just sit back and farm if he has to. So he's very, very flexible for his team. But Kai'Sa can be known to be pretty decent into the matchup, so it's going to be interesting to see how it pans out.
I mean, meanwhile over here we do see Ahri versus the Azir, so this is going to be another interesting matchup to watch. Both mid laners being able to facilitate. We do see the hover, but no, please pick the Darius, guys. Come on, they didn't ban Darius.
It's unbanned. Okay, they've gone Jarvan instead though. Yeah. So I think Lionscreed, in the sense of drafting properly, taking the Darius blind beat, Ari, probably not a good idea, but I would have loved to see it. The Jarvan instead makes sense though and offers you a bit of engage, which these two sort of long-range DPS carries sorely needed. For Ruddy though, they've got this wonderful dive comp. Again, the Kai'Sa, the Ahri, the Rel, very similar to what DMG drafted themselves last game. This is all about going forward. And Crisis, I saw that Udyr hover, okay, bro? Don't worry, I saw that, don't worry.
And they're going smart by banning Engage or Bruiser options, knowing that Xin is pretty good into the Jarvan, taking it off the table, not letting it be an option, and also getting rid of Jamsu's Nautilus. Don't want to deal with them hooks anymore, especially after what they've seen in the last game. It's not really a surprise to see the Darius as well on top and Bard. Getting baited. Don't do me like that. You've done me twice. You got me with the Darius. I'm not happy.
Ooh, wait. Like, I really do like the Rakan pick over here for the side of Lionscreed. Like, it's a nice bit of, like, peel and protection. Also, I mean, with the Jarvan, can also be the engage tool as well. So we're seeing, like, two teams with quite a lot of engage tools and many different angles to go into their opponent. Yeah.
That's a Karthus.
Yeah, no, that's straight up a Karthus right there. Wow.
Tyrant is known for his Karthus. It's Evelyn and Karthus. If you don't ban it, he will feel obliged to take it. If you take something where he feels he can play that matchup good enough, he's going to take it and into Jarvan. It's really not that bad. If you're trapping yourself with Karthus, you're not trapped him. Like, he's just going to sit there happy.
Over here, we do have Ruddy picking that Renekton, of course, once again for Acker, but now responded with Cormac on Gangplank, so an interesting counterpick. I wonder how this is going to work out. I'm not a huge, expert in top lane matches, so Rhea, what do you feel about Renekton versus Gangplank?
GP's going to get dove about 6 times within about 5 minutes. He's not going to have a fun time. I mean, if they want to play it correctly, that's what they should do. Just deny GP out the game, get your Renekton big. It's really easy to do. GP doesn't have many tools to really stop it, especially early. So when he's pre-items, he really struggles. And if you can abuse that, it takes him even longer to get back in the game. And was talking about high tempo, GP needs time to get online.
I think you can kind of say that about the entire composition that Lionscreed Academy have drafted for themselves here, because the Azir and the Ezreal are also going to require a little bit more of that time. I think you've got a fair bit of safety across the rest of the map, which is going to be a solace for you. I think it's very, very difficult for Ruddy to be finding any purchase onto mid or onto bot lane coming out of this draft. But like you mentioned, if Cormac is just going to get dove on repeat, then I'm wondering where Lionscreed are going to be able to apply pressure themselves to keep themselves in the game.
No, yeah, it's going to be a question that's going to be interesting to see how things work out. Otherwise, like, if we think about Rudy's draft, we have a lot of aggressive picks, a lot of early game want to like kind of go in and get a lot of proactive plays, but that does make me kind of question the Karthus pick. What do you guys feel like at least this Karthus pick like signifies? Like, because it feels way more like, oh, I'm just gonna farm up, I'm not gonna be very active, I'm gonna be that late game assurance, at least for me.
Well, it doesn't always need to be like that with Karthus, and that's the thing. He can gank and he can just go straight back to his jungle if it fails. He's a very, very fast farmer, so it really does not phase him at all. And what I like about Ruddy's comp is it's so well balanced. You've got early game power with Renekton Rel. You have Kai'Sa who will spike in the mid to late and even has decent spikes early because of Rel benefiting off the knock-up, getting a passive. And then you've also got that pressure in the mid lane, which will scale. So, I mean, you've got a really, really well-rounded comp.
You just think about the way that the combo between the Karthus, the Ahri, and the Kai'Sa is going to work once you get late game. That Requiem is amazing for starting fights and finishing them with the just sheer amount of damage that you can get out. And if we've constantly got Void Seekers landing from Sin, if he does choose to go towards a more AP-focused route, it's a very real possibility that one of these long-range, squishy, supposedly safe carries for Lionscreed is going to die without them even seeing a member of Ruddy Esports on their screen. So, I guess the question becomes, Ijunko, is where do we want to be seeing Obsidian going in the early game? Because Jarvan, we're traditionally seeing this as a jungler that is about getting a lot of ganks down in the early game. How active do we feel like this guy needs to be in order to make sure that Lionscreed don't fall too far behind?
Oh, I think he needs to be as active as Dunlosi was last game, at least for me. I mean, I'm not a pro player, so this might be some bad opinion coming. Like, this might be some bad takes, but I would try to start off with like Ari before she gets level 6. Like, try to get the Azir as like ahead as possible, and maybe from then you have the mid jungle prio to kind of take whatever objective you want, or like kind of what do you call it? Kind of take that weight from mid lane and maybe push it towards a bot lane advantage towards that Ezreal. Get those parts fed, because I feel like Gangplank, he's always just going to be like very healthy on his own. Like, he's going to get the money just from all the passive and all the different ways he just earns income. Yeah, that's my opinion at least.
Gang. It's a good thing. It's a smart decision to do. Final thoughts, gents. We are going to be jumping into the game very, very shortly. I want brief predictions from the both of you. Rael, who takes this, Ruddy or Lionscreed?
I'm leaning towards Ruddy just from the draft.
Me? Honestly, you know what? Just to be contrary, let's go Lionscreed.
No, not you, Aegian. No, I was asking someone else on the desk.
Oh, someone else on the desk.
I'm pulling your leg, bro. It's all right. No, okay. So we're split here. So we got Ruddy for Rael, and then Ejunko on Lionscreed. So we're talking about drafteth in favor for Ruddy here. Rael, what do you think the biggest angle they've got is?
It's just that anchor in the mid lane. You've got Ari who can roam top or bot, either as an option. Yes, it doesn't matter if you don't kill the GP, but it's so easy to do. Like, yes, he's going to have to use his orange on either the Renekton stun or the Ari charm. You just wait out which one, and then you can still chain CC him so he dies regardless. And then you've got perfect setup in bot. You've got Rel, and on top of that, if you want to go for a dive, you can just come behind the tower, because you will have push pressure into an Ezreal lane.
So it's about moving to those side lanes and getting a load of kills there, setting up for that. Aegian, where do you think Lionscreed can find their point in this game to play around? Is it going to be in the early game off a load of those ganks, or are they going to want to scale and team fight a bit more in the mid lane game?
I'd say a little bit of both. I think they want as much early game advantage as they can to give them as much of a buffer between themselves and the eventual late game where the Azir becomes a monster, the Gangplank becomes a monster, the Ezreal, of course, always stable, always dealing a lot of damage, very safe at a point where he plays Earth mode. Like, at least for me, I feel like that's an angle that Lionscreed can look into.
Oh no, absolutely. So keep it nice and chill for Lionscreed. Ruddy, he can get a little bit feisty. We are going to be jumping into game for the second time today for Lionscreed Academy versus Ruddy. Jika and Brackish Brit are going to take you through the game.
Thanks very much, Middlecart and Desk. Welcome to game number 2. It is Ruddy Esports Painkillers versus Lionscreed Academy. And Jika, coming in off of those predictions from the desk, it's a very potentially snowbally comp coming out from the side of Ruddy here. Do you think they've got the chops to really get this game on lock?
I think so. I mean, you've got Tyrant on one of those signature picks, like Rael mentioned. Sin's on something proactive. Jams, who's on something proactive. Crisis on one of these more roaming mages. As a jungler, that's going to feel good. And Akka's up on this Renekton again. They've got all the tools they could need to take this game away. The question is, can they get the death ball rolling?
Can they indeed? We're talking about Aegian specifically. It's like Obsidian, if he can maybe prevent Crisis from getting out of mid lane, put him down a bit of CS, maybe take an early death in that lane. Do you think that's the most tenable angle, or would you suggest that Obsidian look elsewhere?
I think stopping Crisis being able to move around the map is the best port of call. I mean, you can maybe look to try and get Cormac a lead, have this GP to start to snowball, same for the Ezreal, but realistically they're going to be hard lanes to set up. You don't have a huge amount of early game damage. This comp, honestly, it makes Jarvan feel pretty bad, because you don't have a lot of angles you can take, you haven't got a lot of early game damage, you haven't got much going for you at all. The best option you've got is maybe towards this bot lane, if you really want to have successful kills. But generally speaking, even then that's hard, so the best option you really have is making sure Crisis cannot do much of anything to help the rest of the map. And I mean, having heard from Nymera several times, if an Ahri can get going,
The goofy shot before one bottom arrow will be watching from above. Crisis, if you do not wish to obtain his ire. The level 2 gets hit here first. Wolf tried to go forwards, was not respecting, and that is an easy kill, just kind of gifted into the pocket of Sin.
It's happening again, Brackish. It's happening again! It's the second game this week for Ruddy where the support has disrespected on Rakan and died early. Gets the double knock-up, but takes the Rel Q to the face into the crash down. The Ignite goes down. There's nothing he can do. He's just disrespecting the power of a Kai'Sa Rel. And, I mean, from that point on, it's just a disaster. This is the exact same as what happened with Galaxy in Ruddy's game against Arcadeia. It's just disrespect by the Rakan and gets blown up.
And, by the way, Crisis is already out of mid lane. In fact, he was the one hunting down Obsidian, it seems, as this Jarvan has not been able to find an early gank as of yet. Just going to continue farming up for now. Cormac has got a pretty good wave state right now. It's not too much Akkas can do to disrupt him. We did see Tyrant and Crisis making the way up to try and maybe aid with a crash, but weren't able to find it.
Not getting a good chunk of trades onto Akkas here, but I mean, this is kind of how we expect this matchup to go. A little bit early. GP has the view for poke into grass prog, so Renekton just kind of cries in Crocodile. I mean, what wins? Some sharp teeth or a flintlock pistol, right?
Don't fall for it. The Crocodile tears. Got him.
I'll give you that one.
Anyway, we're looking at a Jarvan that still hasn't ganked yet, which is potentially concerning. Push is there on the bot side right now. In fact, we see Tyrant pushing in towards the top side jungle of Obsidian here. There are Krugs up and available. Cormac will now spot it out. Looks like Akkas may not be able to get in. Wall of Pain is going to drop. There's a flash. There are oranges available as well. Are they going to look for the dive here? The
Orange was early!
Heal came out too soon, as you say, and it will be Tyrant picking up his first kill of the game. You cannot be using the oranges too soon in a situation like that. Goes forwards. At very least, did not waste the flash.
It's disastrous for Cormac. Using that Cure Scurvy to try and keep himself alive, gets flash into Slice, or not Slice and Diced, Ruthless Predated. And it's all she wrote. All she wrote. Ruddy off to a great start this game. I mean, Tyrant showing that this Karthus can be effective early. A beautiful Wall of Pain there just sets that up.
Yeah, already up 1.2k are the Ruddy painkillers. And also, we were talking about Crisis. Been having a pretty chill time thus far this game. Already a little bit up in CS. Has that Lost Chapter picked up. Didn't get the Dark Seal on first back, but I'm sure if he picks up a couple of assists or anything like that, we'll be more than happy to pick it up next time he's in base.
Yeah, she's going to be a slightly slower going. Now Tyrant already starting up his Dragon. Karthus early damage for objectives isn't amazing. The bot lane have pressure.
Obsidian pathing topside as well means that there should be a free pickup for the side of Ruddy.
There's a
Does mean
605 first Dragon.
Yep. Nice early pickup for the side of Ruddy, and Obsidian now needs to do something. Wild Tyrant is in base. It's not looking to go top lane, interestingly, despite the fact that Akkas does have push. Oh, and Wolf again goes forwards, takes a Shattering Strike to the face, and loses half his health.
This is terrifying. This is something that I'm seeing a lot from Rakans, and I don't like it. You can't go toe-to-toe with a Rel. What I do like, however, is Obsidian going and taking the entirety of Tyrant's topside while he's on base.
Yeah, ultimates were burned in the top lane as well. Oh, hello. Obsidian, I believe,
Crisis?
spotted out
Crisis.
Crisis as he was looking to find his way in towards the top lane. Cormac is going to have to burn his flash to survive that engagement. So proactivity is still entirely Ruddy favored. And kind of fitting. The Ducks are making better use of the river right now.
I mean, you can take Crisis out of the jungle, but you can't take the jungle out of Crisis, apparently. Man is everywhere and nowhere all at once.
And that's why you put him on something like the Aria, free to roam. Despite their early advantage though, Sin and Jamsu having not the easiest time of it right now. Kumakum and Adolf going to be able to shove a wave in. But here's Tyron coming in towards this bottom side. They don't respect it. They're going to get Karthus. There's the flash forward from Jamsu. Adolf already getting burnt down. Tyron will pick up his second kill of the game. The Arcane Shift should be able to get Kumakum out of here. He's got his flash up as well. Looks like they will not chase. Level 6 has been obtained for Sin, though.
Running into
If
the
they can
waiting on
find some
Crisis.
damage, if they can find a charm, there is the charm. Kumakum going to try and get away from this. It should take one more hit. Tyron will pick up his third kill of the game. This is a hyper-accelerated Karthus. He has gone for Dark Harvest, so his gold generation isn't quite as strong as it would be with, say, something along the lines of, oh, hello, Obsidian. Immediate flash from Crisis will be able to allow him to survive that one. I was going to say, Tyron didn't go first strike, so it doesn't get, just free gold every time he presses R, but still doing very, very nicely for himself.
Does the free gold matter when you're 3 kills up and 4 stacks on a
Ooh,
Dark Seal as
Obsidian.
Obsidian?
Akka's coming back towards the top side, decides to jump into the jungle. Edward now going to have to basically give his body across, I think, to Ruddy. There is... Oh, what? Cormac is able to come down from the top side to at least save his support. Tyron is able to secure his bloom buff, however. When we look up, the gold lead still creeping forwards in favor of Ruddy.
And Ruddy are giving Lionscreed Academy a masterclass in how you play this early game. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out from every member. And this roster from Ruddy is one of those old guard rosters that we mentioned. Akka's, Tyron, Crisis, Sin, Jamsu have been around for so damn long. And they are just giving Cormac, Obsidian, Craney, Kumakum, and Wolf a trouncing. They are showing them why you don't mess with the old guard. With domination, they're showing this game.
They are doing fantastically. They're already on to the first Rift Herald, also already secured by Tyron. In fact, Cannon Barrage going to come down. That isn't going to stop the Ducks from diving. And they will find their way onto Cormac. That's a 4th kill for Tyron. They could drop the Rift Herald. Right now, it seems Tyron's going to hold on to it right now. Make use of empowered recall.
Duck, you can dive, but can you be a duck that dives? Apparently, Ruddy, yes, you can. Cormac not having a great game, and we talked about this. There's no real lane for this Jarvan to play around in this early game. You're waiting for your carries to reach 1, 2, maybe even 3 items so they can really exist at any given point in the game.
At that point, I've got to ask, why pick Jarvan? You pick Jarvan to have early proactivity, but Obsidian has been completely unable to affect the map in any meaningful way thus far. I say that. Obsidian now has been spotted out, potentially looking to orchestrate a dive on the bot side. I mean, look at the difference. Observers, if we can have a look at the gold right now, I would love to see the difference between Obsidian and Tyron. This is a Karthus, by the way, who is 4-0. A champion who is, known for being a turbo farmer, who has 4-0 against a Jarvan.
6 stacks on that Dark Seal as well. It's a very, very scary situation to be in as Lionscreed Academy facing down Death himself. Situation. We'll keep an eye, see if we can get a gold check here shortly. But it is a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Ruddy, with this dragon spawned even, as it looks like we might get a fight around it.
They are looking for the angle in, but Lionscreed Academy seem to understand fights do not favor them right now. That said, Craney coming down for a potential steal. Obsidian looking for the angle in. They're looking for the engage. Obsidian is able to find a great cataclysm, but they're all able to get out of it. And the chase down just isn't there. Crisis eventually goes down. Craney on but a fraction of a singular hit point will be able to escape. But watch out, there comes the Requiem. Meanwhile, Akers finds the solo kill in the top lane, and the Karthus goes dominating as he claims the Emperor of the Sands.
That is a fully stacked Dark Seal at 12 minutes. There's got to be a Magi's on this next back. A very valiant attempt at a fight from Lionscreed Academy goes far awry.
Bye.
Kumakum's overstayed
Will
his
the
welcome.
exhaust out of Kumakum maybe be able to trade back a bit? Nope. Tyron is just too darn strong. 7-0 at 12.5 minutes. This man loves his AP junglers, and he's showing us exactly why, Zika.
Tyron going godlike. I mean, the desk said it. Karthus, Evelyn, and Morgana is this player's bread and butter, and he got one of them in a perfect situation for it. Just beautifully executed. It's just been beautifully done by Ruddy. It truly is a masterclass in playing competitive League of Legends. And I have to say, I mean, that fight could have looked a lot different, but Obsidian got caught on his own Cataclysm.
Yeah. He went in, and everybody jumped out. Again, I maybe have to ask the question. Edel coming in, but the sidestep from Crisis is just sublime. Jamsu potentially looking for the angle forwards. Gonna look to mark Obsidian, force him away from this one. And I kind of have to bring back that earlier question. Why have a Jarvan in this composition? Is this a good outdraft by Ruddy? Or do you think that the point at which the Jarvan was picked was erroneous?
It's a bit of a before the identity came in for this team, and at this point they've just been outdrafted and outclassed at every step of the way. Crisis opting for Everfrost and Tyron opting for Ludens. This is a game. This is why we love
this
League
may
of Legends. We are back, baby.
The real question is now, plates have just dropped. We are immediately going into a situation where bounties are available for Lionscreed Academy. There is a 6,000 gold lead for Ruddy Painkillers. And yeah, Lionscreed are reaching for the Aspirin right now. It's not a fun situation at all for them. And I'm starting to think at the back of my mind, what was it for Tempest on day one?
The domination?
How long did they take?
Oh, cripes. 25 minutes, I want to say. It's a pretty quick
Could we
game.
see it beaten?
Definitely could. I mean, Ruddy 10-1, 15 minutes into the game. Tower plates have only just fallen. And you're looking at first item on all of your important carries. I mean, Akers here, Erling Narland up in that top lane. Looking to, well, looking to make heads spin and really incite the need for painkillers for Lionscreed Academy. And the rest of the map just going absolutely bonkers while Tyron runs rings around the Pride.
Yeah. Right now, it looks like every way you turn, Lionscreed are completely outclassed. For a moment, I was wondering if Edelwolf would have been baited into going on to Sin there. I think he knew Jamsu was still lurking about.
Do you know what I think Ruddy are trying to prove to us this game?
What's that?
That the Creed of a Lion doesn't stand up to the Ruddy Dug.
I think that could be a statement that is made. Meanwhile, towards the top lane, Cormac just got dove under his tier 2 by Akers. He is currently fighting Obsidian and Edelwolf, and it doesn't look like he's having a good time. Crisis in support will mean the death of Obsidian, and Edelwolf will not be able to stand in their way either. That's 2 kills across to Crisis. A second Rift Herald in the pockets of the Ruddy Painkillers. And they are going to continue to shove in their advantage. Their gold lead still at 6k. They have that potential gold to crack open towers. A tier 2 is down at 15.5 minutes.
Stop! They're already dead!
Like we can be hyperbolic all we want here, Jika, but let's reel it back in for a second. If Lionscreed are to come back in this game, how do they do it?
Scale.
Outside of just like a miracle team fight.
Scale. You have a GP, an Ezreal, and an Azir. Sure, there's a Karthus in the enemy team, but a Karthus means nothing in the face of an Azir who goes W-E-Q ult, you're dead, son. Lionscreed just haven't shown up at all in either of their games this week. So if they are going to take this game off Ruddy and truly show they can contend, they need to get themselves into a good position for it. And the best way to do that at this point is get to those 2-3 item power spikes without bleeding any more resources.
This mid tower looking very interesting right now, as we are flung across the rift. We'll give it a second, come back into focus. It's all good. Right now, 15.5 minutes on the board. Still got that 6k gold advantage for Ruddy. I'm looking at Akers here.
Overlay at the top of our screens is broken, so I do apologize for that.
We'll continue. Akers pushing in that bot lane right now. Is having a relatively chill time of it. In fact, might look to bully Obsidian a little bit, but will step away. Knows he does still have to respect his opponents. Meanwhile, to the top side, Crisis shoving in. There goes that tier 1 towards the top side. Cannon Barrage will come down. Sin takes a chunk of damage, but he may not drop. The ultimate out of Kumakum, not quite enough to finish off the kill. Rift Herald is going to get a charge into that tier 2 turret as well. Lionscreed, it was so close. Sin was, I believe, sub 10 health after taking that true shot barrage, but it's not going their way once again.
Yeah, a very, very rough situation to be in for Lionscreed Academy. You're just not finding anything for yourselves. It is now a 10,000 gold lead, and it is at this point, ladies and gentlemen, that largely most of us say the game isn't winning. But we've seen comebacks from worse. So
crazier things have happened.
Exactly.
Crazier
Especially
things we have passed.
Yeah. Crazier things we have cast and crazier things in UK esports have happened. So I'm not counting Lionscreed Academy out just yet.
As you say, though, this is going to be a very challenging situation. In Crisis, looking to play for the sideline, gone for the Everfrost, followed up with a Horizon focus as well, so really trying to prioritize taking down that first target.
Yeah, it's just a case of find someone, kill someone, do it all again.
So, coming up to the 20-minute mark, as you say, there is that 10k gold advantage. Next Drake, it's going to be a couple of minutes away. The question is, do Ruddy feel confident enough to go for a Baron on the 20-minute mark?
And they definitely have the damage to do it. I mean, it's a 7-kill Karthus with 10 stacks of Medjais and Illudens. It's a 2-item Ari, and I believe a 2-item Kai'Sa as well. So this thing is going to go very quickly. It's going to go down to the graveyard very quickly, re-enter the void where it belongs. It looks like Ruddy umming and ahhing, not entirely sure what they want to be doing here.
Thinking about it. We'll look to just clear out vision right now as Akers makes his way across. Cormac does have teleport, does have cannon barrage, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he can properly intervene, and Crisis is trying to play zoning here. There will drop the cannon barrage. Jamsu taking a large chunk of damage as well, and that may be enough to deny Ruddy from taking that objective. Simply an ultimate burn.
I like the vigilance from Ruddy there. Happy enough to say, okay, we got the GP ult out. We don't have the damage to, or the tankiness to sit through it and take the objective. We'll back off, we'll come back to it in a moment. There's an objective bounty claimed in the bot side, as I think, or Akers and Cormac are...
yeah, Akers must have TP'd in. That's not going to be a situation Cormac can get out of. A little bit of gold achieved. He's 0-5 right now, so in terms of the gold there, I think the bounty is more than worth it for his own life at this point in the game. And yeah, right now, Lionscreed Academy, they need to scale. Ruddy do not want to let them do that, though. They're looking to start off the Baron once again.
And this time there is no GP to stand in their way. There are 3 members of Lionscreed Academy here. Crisis looking to play Interrupt.
Gets knocked up, he's taken a large chunk of damage here, but in comes Akers, and he's going to find the Jarvan. No steal will be happening today. Craney in a bunch of hurt as well. Out comes the Requiem into the Wolf, dropping super low. Will be able to step out, not quite out just yet. will be able to just about battle dance back under the tower. But Ruddy, they've got a minion wave. They're going to shove this one in. The first inhibitor turret will drop on the 22-minute mark. If they want to match the pace of Tempest in their game on day one, they need to finish this game quickly, and it looks like they might be in a position to do it. Edelwolf drops, and it looks like Ruddy relent. They'll back off. They will stand ready as Tyron takes down the Mountain Soul for them.
I mean, at what point does this turn from a game and turn into a massacre? Ruddy are just running the Rift right now, a 12,500 gold lead at this point in the game. There's a Baron to their name, there's an open inhibitor, there's a Soul to their name. They've only died once.
You had one job, Crisis.
And, I mean, Ruddy really doing everything they can to cement themselves as one of the top contenders for first.
Yeah, looks like they're right up there with the other Lionscreed Academy opponents, Tempest. The question becomes, are these guys just really good?
Again.
Yep, 6th time of the game. It just happens.
I mean, Desk said it, Cormac off Darius.
The engage towards the bot side, though, the mid rather,
goodbye, Sin.
They will find a kill onto Sin. However, they are down there.
Oh, Crisis.
Still, and Kumakum immediately gets taken out. The flash forwards from the Ari, Sublime, and Akkas will keep Lionscreed in timeout as they take down the bot inhibitor. There is still time to potentially best that record. They have a wave coming in. Are Ruddy willing to make this play still? Another wave coming in the mid lane as well. They are umming and ahhing. Do they want to make the play? Obsidian does not get caught by the charm. Cormac comes out of base. Craney trying to make something happen. The shield has dropped, though. The members of Lionscreed are melting underneath their own Nexus turrets. Akkas just tanking them up. He doesn't care, as 5 members of Ruddy are alive on the Rift. 4 of them will see this Nexus destroyed. 24 minutes and 30 seconds, the approximate time of death of Lionscreed Academy. In a 23-2 scoreline, the Ruddy Painkillers leave them needing so much more than just ibuprofen.
Ruddy just...
Oh, wait, you're that way. Hello.
Hi. Yeah, Ruddy, you're that way. Ruddy just dominated. Absolutely masterclassed it. They died twice, once on Crisis, once on Sin, and it didn't even, it was limit testing. They weren't impactful deaths. An absolutely insane showing from Tyron on this Karthus. Akkas solo killing left, right, and center. Sin, Crisis, Jamsu, always with the impeccable positioning, the impeccable timing on some of these skill shots to make sure this game was always in their hands. And Ruddy, I mean, the devs talked about it before the game started, solidifying themselves alongside Tempest as contenders for top of the league. Beautifully done.
I'm not sure if that was actually faster than the Tempest game on Monday, but it was pretty darn fast.
Will tell you.
Exactly, yeah. Sub 25 minute game. Fantastic win for Ruddy, put themselves level with Tempest Gaming at 2-0. That's 2 games down, but we got 2 more to come still. I'm going to throw it across to a break. We will be back in a few. Do not go anywhere. More UKL action coming right up.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the UKEL Four Nations. We just witnessed a rapid takedown by Ruddy Esports of Lionscreed Academy. Let's not call it anything other than what it was, a stomp, gents. Where do you even start with a game like that, Rail?
I mean, you could call it a stomp, you could call it a violation, you could call it picking GP into Renekton, you could call it many things. It was absolute brutality from the get-go, and there was just no slowing down Ruddy once they got going. It just looked like a repeat of literally their last game. They just had freedom to do what they wanted, and it just kept going and going. It just felt like pain was ongoing for Lionscreed this game.
I mean, it did feel like a little bit like we were watching like T1 versus Arsenal, and I'm just going to tell you, Gumayushi is not very good at football. June, this is the second loss in pretty emphatic fashion here for Lionscreed. Are we ringing alarm bells, or are we going, it's just week one, we can have a little bit of time?
Yeah, I think I am much more towards the it's just week one, we have more time, because let's be fair, right? Lionscreed is probably going against the two at the moment best looking teams in the league. So
yeah.
League once again being a relative game, like I really think the one thing they have to kind of like mesh up is their early game. We'll get more into those points later, of course, but like it wasn't just them who lost. As a caster, I did my first prediction for them. I was unfortunately very, very wrong, so I lost a bit here as well. So I'm sad with you, Lionscreed. I am sad with you.
Yeah, obviously not a great way to start off their journey in the UKEL, dropping down 0-2 at the end of this week, but Ruddy with a decent start for themselves, going 2-0, and I think we've just got a little bit of a look at the post-game leaderboard, and yeah, there were multiple diffies across the rift.
You could definitely say that Tyron went up 100 gold bounty for every kill he got. I was watching that very clearly, and just that early gank he pulled off in the top lane just to set Renekton up for even more success, and from that point onwards Renekton just carried on diving GP whenever he seen him at tower. Yeah,
I think it really was that consistent pushing of the advantages, which I think we saw from Tempest in their games, and that we are seeing from Ruddy here as well. And Ejun sort of alluded to it a little bit earlier, that we might be looking at two of the top teams that Lionscreed Academy has to face here. Are you echoing that sentiment? Do you feel like we can make a judgment like that this early?
Sorry.
So sorry. Yeah. No.
Yeah, right, Rel. I think if you take that one, mate.
Yeah.
I feel like it's close to say that, but I wouldn't judge it too soon again because it's still the first week. They do look very solid. They're a roster what have played together for a while now, like you said. And I've also just got so many things you need to keep in the back of your mind, just like Tyron plays Evelyn and Karthus. If you let either one through in a matchup that he wants, then you're not going to have a good time. He's just going to do exactly what he wants to do and bully you as much as he can. And
I think Ruddy were having a good time. That game, pretty much right from minute go. It was early action in the bottom lane, in the top lane, that really allowed them to get going in the early stages.
Yeah, we're gonna get over here to the first part of the replay, or maybe not. Yes, so the unfortunate level 1 over here from Adawolf, and of course the unfortunate gank that Cormac was unable to avoid over here. He tried to get the orange timing there, but a bit too early, and that just gave a nice kill to Acker. Oh yeah, and we see Wolf going in at level 1, not really recognizing the level 2 and respecting that level 2 play and just going in. I honestly think it could really be just nerves, right? You coming in as a substitute, big shoes to fill, just on a very unfortunate mistake, and kind of repeating his mistake from his first game as well, a very early on mistake on Rakan, the same champion. So I really hope that player gets to bounce back.
But it's another early 2v2 kill for the bot lane of Ruddy, right? And Tyron really being able to get off to the races in the early game, getting the top lane ahead rail. And it did feel like once both of those side lanes had got into a strong position for Ruddy, they didn't really give any opportunities for their opponents to come back.
Exactly. Anytime Jarvan looked for anything, Ari was already there. So he literally couldn't go for it unless it was just going to mean his own death. He could try go for it, but it would just be picked instantly because the Ari was always waiting on the side for him. And even because of that, Crisis didn't even lose much CS on these roam timers. He always came back, stayed even or above in CS to the Azir. So he loses absolutely nothing while keeping the pressure for Akers and Tyron, or even just keeping pressure for bot lane, because bot lane was untouchable.
Yeah, and then once we finally did have that first real engagement for Ruddy, where it wasn't necessarily about 2v2s, 3v3s, Ejun, that big team fight around the Dragon where they got a load of kills and were really able to blow the game open for themselves in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they are set up their position very well here, and the moment they got the Dragon, you do have Crisis just going in so well and catching out the key members of, like, Lionscreed. And the moment they got the picks here, like, this fight was so well, like, just such an easy fight for just Ruddy overall. And, of course, you got Indy and Kartis having the last laugh, being like, yeah, boom, get you with the ult as well. Just very well played from Tyron. Like, oh wait, it says mid lane here, huh?
Yeah,
that's
no,
interesting.
well,
no, but yeah,
he wasn't mid lane. He wasn't playing Sejuani.
Yeah.
But he still did very, very well for himself. 8-0-5 on the Karthus, outputting it at a massive amount of damage. And I think that the really interesting thing for me there, Rail, was that whilst all of that action was happening on our screens, and we saw Ruddy winning the team fight, a casual solo kill happening in top lane. Akers did that a few times to Crisis, really able to punish that GP pick.
Yeah, I was just kind of watching the minimap at that point and just watching every time the Renekton dashed forward, I was waiting for the kill cam to come up because I just knew it was only a matter of time. Renekton had a full item lead, had that Black Cleaver with a Gore Drinker. There's nothing you can do, especially when you don't have items, especially as GP.
Yeah.
You kind of just doomed.
It's just kind of brutal, and obviously we're 15 minutes before the watershed here in the UK, so we can't show it on stream for legal reasons. Like it's just that disgusting. But it really did feel like this was a game that built, right? You had these early advantages coming through for Ruddy, that good skirmish where they were able to build up that advantage even further, and then that fight around the Baron where they get the objective, and at that point there's just nothing that can be done.
No, yeah, this fight. I mean, at this point, it really felt like Ruddy had accumulated such an advantage. They could immediately just take their wallet, like, you know, wrap it around the handle and make a makeshift sledgehammer out of that, and bam, just hit right into the heart of Lionscreed and just win the game off that. It really, I was so impressed. It really felt like Ruddy just took these advantages and they never let go. They never let up the pressure, and they just kept pushing so just relentlessly.
It was kind of gross, Rail.
It was. You could say Ruddy was just out there with their wallet like a warhammer, just spinning it around, just saying who wants them, and then just taking down anyone they see in sight pretty much at that point. 'Cause it's just, they were just too far ahead. There was no stopping it. There was no slowing down.
Yeah.
And even the small chance where it looked like they might get a kill back, it would not matter at that stage.
I think that's what's really impressive. We're getting clean teams coming out of the UKL that get these advantages and do intelligent things with them and don't just fritter them away. Makes me really excited to see what Ruddy is able to do in the future, because whilst the league is still settling out in these early weeks, Eugene, it's difficult to appreciate who the top teams necessarily might be. We can all have our inclinations, but they've done the job for week one. Next couple of weeks are where we're going to really start to see the hard work have to pay off for these guys.
Oh yeah, and I mean, we always have to remember, nothing's constant in League of Legends. Both the game and the players, there's always growth, there's always changes happening. Who knows, this Lionscreed roster might have taken 2 hard losses, but they might be able to get their groupings together, figure out their identity, and boom, maybe even win the whole league. Like, you know what I mean? There's always a possibility anything like that happens.
Yeah.
So still very early on, nothing's conclusive, but we do like making conclusions, like, you know?
Oh, yeah. No, nothing's exclusive. Just say things. And then if they're right, you can clip it and post it on Twitter and feel great about yourself. We are going to be jumping to a very short break in just a moment. Coming up, Venomcrest versus Verzik. Try saying that 5 times very, very quickly. Two teams that suffered heartbreak on day one for very different reasons, but both falling down, searching for their first victory of the UKEL. We are going to have that matchup coming up in a few minutes.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
Venomcrest versus Verzik. V for Vendetta, for Vengeance for both these sides. It was not a good start to the Four Nations split for the two teams that are going to be hitting the Rift next, but both will be hoping that they can turn things around. Verzik versus Venomcrest. Guys, how are we feeling coming into this game?
Well, I think it's redemption time for one of these teams, so yeah. Either team has something to bounce back on, and who knows, that momentum could actually carry on further. And that's the main important thing for this going forward. Still early in the whole split, still first week. You can use this momentum to get back to where you want to be.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I completely agree with Rail, of course, and other it's going to be quite interesting because for Venomcrest, they lost a game that they almost could have basically won. They had it kind of in the bag, and for Verzik, they didn't really get to show off too much because they got dominated too hard. So for both these teams, I feel like we still have a lot out of them to like watch and like see how they play. Yeah.
Again, one game of League of Legends. It's not going to define you. Players that are going to be defining Venomcrest are going to be hitting your screen in just a moment as we have a little bit of a look at their roster. Coming out of the top lane, we've got Inno Bartoldi in the jungle, Dandy mid lane, KZ fast-legged rounding out the bottom side of the Rift, although we are going to be having another support substitution. Little Pants, Mr. Big Briefs himself, rocking it in the bottom lane for Venomcrest for the next few games. And it was a really rough loss against DMG the other day, holding that advantage for so long, but then ultimately fumbling the bag and not being able to pick up the win in the end rail.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate time for them, but who cares about that right now? Little Pants is back in the building. That's what I care about. My man Little Pants is back here. He's going to change the dynamic. Trust him. Trust the process.
Trust the process. Trust the Silas support, potentially. Or something else.
That's what I want to see. Like, bring it out. Bring the Silas.
Oh, man. Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Their opponents on the Rift this evening, of course, going to be Verzik Esports, one of those teams that made it through from the Open qualifiers. Lars, Goldie, Hollow, Gino, and Jolly Boy. The roster for these guys. A few names that we're maybe less familiar with, but hopefully by the end of the split, we're going to be much more familiar with them.
Yeah, it's kind of similar to DMG. Quite a lot of unknown elements here, and they do have. I feel like that's kind of one of the things they have to use to their advantage. Kind of leverage the fact that their opponents don't know too much of what they want to do. Unfortunately, of course, they did lose their first game against Belfast. It really didn't feel like they could get much going. There were some scrappy fights that they were able to get a bit of performance on. I especially liked Hollow's Vex. I thought he had good proactivity, but overall, Belfast was playing way too coordinated and stuff like that for the Verzik to have a chance in the mid game of the game. But hopefully they can bounce back.
It was very much a game characteristic of day one of this split, right, where one team took the advantage in the early game, kind of ran with it, and never really gave it up. We are going to be jumping into champion select for this game, though. Already a few bans hitting the table on both sides. A couple of these AD mid laners focused on either side, the Yone and the Tristana being removed, Rail.
Well, I don't even know if you can call Yone a mid laner anymore. He's getting played in top a
Oh,
lot more,
yeah,
so
yeah.
It's an interesting one, but yeah, even more to follow through. The Jace being banned away as well, removing that from the mid lane, and the Poppy being another benefactor of the ban again, just leads to the real first pick for the third game in a row.
Oh yeah, I mean, and once again, Poppy ban. I'm sad. I'm the saddest analyst here. So, there is no justice in the world, but at least there is Kaiser being hovered over here for the side of Verzik. Oh, my bad. It's picked, and a potential Evelyn being hovered. I haven't seen a lot of Evelyn too much in... Oh, okay, never mind. I want to see an Evelyn. I want these fun picks. I want fun
dared
picks.
to dream. You dared to dream. No,
yeah.
Maokai Jarvan.
Just getting baited by the fun picks. Unfortunately, they love to do that to you. I mean, if one hovers Aurelia, just saying, if you wanna.
No.
They must have known that I was casting. They intentionally go for. Look at these hovers going on so far.
Yeah, I think this makes a bit more of a sense as a lock-in though, right? You've got that Rel Jarvan pairing, jungle support, a lot of setup CC, and the Orianna Rail is going to provide something quite similar.
Yeah, it's literally a ball delivery system, and it's actually beautiful to see. You got two catalysts for you, which is so simple to work for it. You've got a Jarvan who can get in easy. You've got Rel who can get in. If you don't go on a first time, Rel can pull people in so you can do it again. So you have plenty of options to pull it off. It's just whether your laning phase is going to be the safest, because we don't know who's mid yet.
At least for Verzik's Esports, it's a very, at least for me, classic trio pairing over here with the Kai'Sa, with the Maokai jungle, and then finally the Nautilus support. Two nice frontliners who can protect the Kai'Sa, and also with the sheer amount of CC they have, really help facilitate her damage with all the stacks. But we do get to the ban phase over here with Renekton, we got the Olaf, we got the Varus, and finally we do have the Jax being banned here, so a lot of top lane focus.
I actually really like the Syndra pick. I feel like she gets so overlooked as a champion, and given time, she becomes so strong. And then you've got to remember, she also can get that true damage from them stacks.
Yeah, and now a champion that can operate all the way through the game rather than being a mid-game spiker and so dependent on that point. Going to be the Sivir here, locked in for KZ. I really like playing Sivir, so if anyone is able to get me Neopack Sivir somehow, that would be absolutely great. But I don't think that we have that power yet at the UKEL, as both compositions going to be rounded out by their top laners. Cassante here for Inno, and Lars on the Fiora.
Oh wow, that's going to be an exciting matchup. I have no idea how that's going to go. And one thing, but if I talk about Sivir for a second, one thing I always like about Sivir is her ultimate, right? Just everybody goes super zoom in, and it's really hard to run away from that. Plus, if your opponents are going in on you like crazy, like the Maokai ult, you could just Sivir ult and just okay, everybody just back off, just back away slowly, like beep beep. Yeah.
Like beep beep.
Yeah, like a truck, you know, like beep
Just like
beep, back
reversing
away,
away.
back away.
Well, I can tell you
Yeah.
for sure that top lane matchup is not going to be a fun time for Cassante. It is.
Yeah.
It is horrible. It's absolutely horrible to play into. It is a generally difficult matchup for him. He can bully a little bit early, just for the fact that he can spam his cooldowns really early without being punished in terms of his mana pool. But once you get past them early few levels, Fiora's fine, she's fine sailing, and it becomes even harder to gank her, because as soon as you come through with that EQ, she's just going to parry it into Cassante for a free stun.
Yeah, and looking hyper late game, I don't think there is anyone on Venomcrest that is going to be able to match the Fiora once we get to late game. So I think Lars here going to be a very key member for Verzik, but it's not like they've got a poor team fight composition at all for themselves. There's a lot of pick potential with those tanks, and Adrian, a lot of damage coming out of those carries.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like, actually, I'm so sorry. I got a little bit. My head got a little bit jumbled over here. Who was the mid lane pick for Venomcrest again?
Don't worry, bro. I've checked a screenshot in our local production chat, so you can just. Go
Oh
look
my
at it.
god!
You don't need
Wait!
to-
Oh, this is where I can be very sneaky and pretend I know what I'm talking about.
This is the thing. People think the casters remember the champions. Like, bro, I was born in 1997. I've grown up in the 21st century. I've got the short-term memory of a goldfish. Okay, we'll just keep that there, and we can refer back to it. But yeah. So with the Syndra and the Kai'Sa, I think two champions there, Region, that really can capitalize off that pick with a load of damage for themselves.
Oh yeah, for sure. I really like Verzik's Esports drafts. I think it's really nice, and this looks like the type of draft that can definitely get them a win against Venomcrest, and not let them be one of the teams that are 0-2, because being 0-2 definitely gotta suck.
Yeah, and it also invites us an opportunity to assess the power level of Venomcrest, because they were able to build that lead versus DMG, who kind of got blown out by Tempest. We don't really know how good this team is, and then for Verzik, an opportunity for them to prove themselves after that defeat, and they've got a composition which can do that to a lot. But Rail, I still look at what Venomcrest have got for themselves on the other side and think, if we're going to be having team fights, it's hardly like this comp is going to struggle, right?
That's exactly what I'm looking at. It's the fact that they say, if we want a team fight, we're going to team fight. That's the be all and end all. Like, if we're coming at you, we're coming at you full force. That's exactly what their team comp is. And they have that flexibility of having that Sivir in there to speed up champions like the Cassante, who benefit so much more of movement speed, that can just be that much more volatile. And the thing to remember is that Cassante can just take someone completely out of the fight. So even if he's useless, he could take out Syndra from the fight. Say Syndra's fed, just delete her from the fight. She'll kill you, yeah, but at least she's not involved in the main team fight.
And especially when your two carries are a little bit lower range than they can be. Orianna's always a weird champion in that regard, because it's about where you place the ball and how you play around that. But like, Sivir's auto attack range is shorter than Irelia's, I'm pretty sure. Like, this gal, she can't throw those boomerangs very far. So if you are able to take out something like a Syndra, that does make the team fight a lot easier for Venomcrest to navigate.
I mean, yeah, for sure. It's going to be a matter of range, because if you look at Verzik's Esports carries with the Syndra, with the Kai'Sa, their range is humongous, right? Like, you can just go the poke route, and once you do team fights, it's like, there's just so much space for them to work around, especially with their, like, 3 strong frontliners who's just going to facilitate and peel for them so much. Like, it's definitely going to be a challenge for Venomcrest Esports, and I feel like they're going to need some really nice engages from the Rel and the Jarvan to start up these fights in a nice way.
So very quickly, guys, do we feel like Venomcrest are going to be able to right the wrongs of their day one and actually get themselves a W, or do we reckon Verzik are going to be able to take the win? I don't have time for you to answer, unfortunately, so maybe we could hear our casters' thoughts, as we are going to be jumping into game for Verzik versus Venomcrest. Zhika and Brackish, take it away.
Thank you once again, Middlecott and the desk. And Jika, I simply want to say, by the virtue of this violence being a veritable vindication arc for one of these teams, how are you feeling off the bat?
I really, really like Venomcrest comp outside of this Cassante. Blind picking Cassante is always fine, but Eno's going to struggle to have any impact in this game up against this Fiora. Generally speaking, you've got good mid to late game. You just have to try and get yourselves, bridge that gap through the early game, and the Java's going to let you do that beautifully.
We're currently enjoying the scenic views of Summoner's Rift, but as it seems, it's mostly been a lack of early fighting. We did see an early ward picked up by Ino, which will, of course, help him out in the early lane, get that level 2 off of the first wave. Do you think it'll impact this matchup terribly?
Not a huge amount. You're not really looking to fight Fiora at any stage of this game, realistically. The second she hits level 2, things get very, very difficult, even more so at level 3. But having that little bit of an extra lead means that you could look for a level 2 from Jarvan off the back of the wave. You're going to have to see how Eno and Bartholdi want to play it. While Little Pants and KZ a bit more aggression in this bot side.
Yeah, looking to try and leverage an early advantage. Of course, they will absolutely have the push by dint of Sivir existing, especially with that starting of Ricochet.
Yep, Ricochet just going to help shove those waves very, very easily. The level 2 should be pretty quick inside of Venomcrest Serpents here. While across the board, even lane states.
You know, as you said, having a pretty rough time with things, but I mean, it's a Fiora matchup. That's just going to happen. We saw it in that brief stint in top lane. You can get a vital off, you're pretty much not losing a trade, and on top of that, with the riposte, it's really hard for Cassante to find that winning trade angle.
Yeah, I mean, realistically speaking, getting a good fight in this top lane is going to rely on Jarvan being able to go up and get something done.
Currently passing elsewhere, though. Currently, of course, going towards his bottom lane right now. The pressure that KZ and Little Pants have been able to put out could potentially lead to an early gank, an early dive, but Goldie is doing the heads up, has matched the pathing. Will also find himself at the bottom side of the map right now to mitigate any plays that Bartholdi might want to try and make. Level 3 is coming through across the map. It's pretty much all unfolding as we would expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a bit of a slower early game. None of these teams really looking to make anything massive happen early on. If anything, it goes against what both of these teams want. They're both a little bit more on the scaling side, just at different variations of length. Well, Verzik want to get to 2 items. Venomcrest realistically want to be hitting 3. Well, they're really looking to take any of these big fights. I think the first couple of big fights we'll see is around maybe first Herald, second Dragon. I don't see either team contesting. Although it is an early Hex-type Dragon, so I could be very wrong. We could see a fight at first Dragon.
Venomcrest do have some solid information on Goldie's early pathing. They have pinged him out on that top side Scuttle Crab and could potentially look to make his way top. The wave has actually bounced towards Inner right now, and it does look like Lars might want to try and make something happen there. The arrival of Bartholdi actually prevents Goldie from taking that Rift Scuttle, and instead going to give over the double Scuttle to the Jarvan.
Which is kind of expected, right? Jarvan going to have a bit more pressure than Maokai, just has better clear, can do it slightly a tad bit more healthier, but Little Pants already in this top side, just forcing Goldie out of his own jungle. This is a really aggressive roam from Little Pants. Ryan the Lion showing his courage, not pride.
No, that's a Lionscreed thing.
Yep. It's technically a Mad Lions thing, but...
I mean... It's a lion thing. They're all doing lion stuff, I guess. KZ being left alone towards the bot side with Gino here. Just gonna chill, farm out this lane. Meanwhile, the supports see if they can make something happen elsewhere on the map. But right now, nobody's really done much brawling at all, apart from a couple of little skirmishes here and there.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what we expect out of this game. It's going to be one of the slower games of the day, mimicking kind of what we saw from Venomcrest yesterday up against the MG, except this time against a slightly more favourable opponent, Venomcrest Serpents, in Verzik, who did struggle yesterday, both looking to get their first win on the board. It is going to be a case of get there quicker.
No, right now the game perfectly even, perfectly balanced as all things should be. There is a dragon up and available. Bartholdi is towards the top side, so the bot lane priority that Venomcrest Serpents currently hold not going to mean all that much. And yep, that's Fiora things.
That was fancy from Lars. And I'd like to point out that despite that early ward, Lars sitting on a 20 CS lead and a level lead as things stand. So this Fiora definitely scary, looking to take an invade into Bartholdi's jungle here.
Drops a ward down, will spot Bartholdi on his next clear perhaps, but again, it's small trade wins leading to vision advantages. Neither team seems particularly eager to fight in this early game.
Their comps don't really allow for it, right? You've not got a huge amount of early game damage coming out of any of these champions across the board, save for maybe the Kai'Sa, and even then you're into Sivir, Rel, so trying to get like snowball that lane is already extremely hard at a base level. And so we just got smoked, I guess.
Looking in towards the Venomcrest Serpent side was, again, we saw Bartholdi towards the bottom side of the map, but a little reticent to make anything happen. KZ might be a little bit too far forwards. The flash forwards from Jolly Boy. It doesn't matter if you've got a spell shield if you don't block the crowd control. And Little Pants now has to run, not mounted up, gonna have to burn the flash to get away from that one. And it's first blood across to Gino.
Like a little bit of communication is what I'm looking for, not coordination. Miscommunication between the bot lane for Venomcrest Serpents. Not entirely sure that they were on the same page there, but a very good start for Verzik. Their first kill of the game, the first kill of the game, period, over onto KZ. As I once again believe that the bar at the top has frozen, so I do apologize. Within the near future.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted out and continue a long road this game. First blood picked up for the Verzik bottom lane, and also, yeah, it felt like Venomcrest Serpents bot lane were playing as though Bartholdi was still there. Okay, we can shove it in, but Jarvan was in fact not near. They were not able to crash the wave. Goldie does a fantastic job showing up at the perfect time and handing that first kill to Gino on a plate. And again, we now see the evolution of Kai'Sa builds as the Umbral Glaive first is becoming more and more popular.
Yep, if you want to be doing a bit more of that magic damage, because this does still transition into one of these more AP heavy builds as the build goes on. You want to get a bit of lethality, get the early Q evolve in the start. Best way to do it, and that Umbral Glaive gives you so much control over vision.
I was gonna do the silly bit of like, but Jika, what about the E evolve? And then it's like, well, you just built Nash's, so
yeah, I think you pick up Nash's and Zerkers, and you've got it. So
yeah,
see a lot of red side pings dropping onto Dandy here.
Yep. Is able to sneak on out of there. Goldie now going to look to start off this Drake. It looks like Venomcrest Serpents are not particularly inclined to let them take this. Jolly Boy, however, going to look for the engage. Nature's Grasp comes down. A lot of damage dropping, and it will be the first kill picked up on towards Jolly Boy. In comes Bartholdi. He tries to lock people in the Cataclysm. He's not quite able to do it. Bartholdi flashes away, surviving the damage coming out to the Baron. There's a double kill for KZ on the Sivir, and it's Venomcrest that come out with the fight win and the Drake in pocket.
Props to the Dragon there for just ensuring Goldie will fall.
OG.
Yeah, just ensuring Goldie's death there. It's a double kill for KZ. The Sivir is now well and truly off to the races. And that, I don't think that situation could have gone any worse for Verzik. Let's take a look at how it started. So Jolly Boy jumps into 2 and just starts to get absolutely melted. Well, Goldie able to trade 1-for-1, but a beautiful Cataclysm by Bartholdi forces the Flash and the Killer Instinct out of Hollow and Small Critter. And then, Goldie just falls, gets staticked by the Dragon, and dies to KZ's Boomerang Blades. So, death is on the rocks. Death is very much on the rocks for Verzik in this early game.
That does even things up somewhat. We find ourselves still a little bit of a gold advantage for Verzik. That's going to probably end up being quite a lot due to the advantage Lars holds top lane. Little Pants does spot out Jolly Boy, but Spidey senses tell him that there are other enemies nearby. We'll be able to get out of that one. And right now, next objective to be looking towards is that Rift Herald. The earlier priority wasn't given, but seems like Bartholdi and Dandy should be able to lock that one in relatively easily.
Yeah, seemingly no real issues to show forth here in this early game. Stand is 2 for 2.
Hey Jolly, what are you up to? He's on the roam again.
Is Dandy under tower though, could be a very dangerous dive. Meanwhile, down here on his own, has to show the respect, knows he can be dived.
I wonder if they can pick up a second plate before Jolly Boy gets back here. Now it's their turn, KZ and Little Pants, to play the respectful ones, as they need to make sure they don't get caught out once again by a Maokai on the gank. But that flips the gold somewhat, as that plate pickup towards the bottom side, that gold denied to Gino, has put it to a slight gold lead for Venomcrest.
Yeah, ever so slight gold lead, but a gold lead nonetheless. My tongue will work with me at some point today, I promise, guys. Don't tell out of context.
I'm not saying anything. Anyway, Bartholdi showing his face near mid lane, just in case Hollow gets a little bit too frisky. It's not going to happen this time, however. And the Rift falls silent a little bit. Lars shoving in the top lane once again, still has that nearly 30 CS advantage over Inno, and well, that's exactly what you said. This is a lane that Cassante can't play to be the bully, because, well, Fiora just hits him harder.
Yeah, this is the nature of this matchup. I feel for Inno, not a fun matchup to be playing for anybody, especially when it's Lars on Fiora, who I'm led to understand is quite a big Fiora player. So
we'll see how well he leverages that as the game goes on. Has a Cullen inventory as well, so going to heavily be able to leverage this advantage. And here we see Bartholdi in the bottom lane going to drop that Rift Herald. 30 seconds until plates fall. I think there's not much Verzik should be able to do to prevent this being first brick secured, so a great use of that objective. Goldie and Hollow on the roam though. The tower will eventually drop, but at what cost? Bartholdi is able to get out. Looks like the price that will be paid is the life of Little Pants. Bartholdi is able to jump away from Hollow. But Gino is going to be able to secure that one kill. Platings fall. First turret secured for only a support death. Pretty worth?
Yeah, pretty worth indeed. I was expecting a dive to come through, and it was unfortunate. Spell shield.
Awful. Okay. Here's the Oriana, actually. Hollow has to flash away from the shockwave. KZ chasing. There's no tower there via Hollow, and that's a killing spree for the Sivir. Venomcrest continuing on the chase. Goldie has to flash away as well. The play was Verzik's, but Venomcrest, for only the life of Little Pants, they secure so much, so many summoners, and the kill onto Hollow.
And this game, everything's coming up Venomcrest in this game. They're just playing things beautifully. All of the kills have gone exactly where you want them to. This Sivir 3, 1, and 0 with a 12 CS lead and nearly hitting that Navuri quick blades. A 15 minutes into the game, this is a very happy position to be in for Venomcrest Serpents as they slither their way towards their first victory of the UKEL.
That's not to say that the game is anywhere near
Oh,
done.
no, absolutely
Bartoldi
not.
jumping straight in. Oh, word, jolly boy. Not feeling very jolly after that. That's a rampage for KZ. Hollow tries to come in and do something. Lars is also here for the play, as is Inno. And Venomcrest, they do not give a damn. They know that they are stronger right now. They will claim their second Drake of the game.
And onto a Chemtech Rift, the Chem Plants bloom.
It's a bit of a feels bad. It's not the strongest of souls.
Actually, I would argue that it's actually pretty good for both of these teams.
Oh.
Both teams have...
Bye, Hollow.
Okay. Sure, Hollow's dead, and I think the fight's still going. Goldie now trying to defend that mid lane tower. So, yeah, there you go. Now,
Tower
Goldie's
goes down.
Dead. KZ's dead.
That's a big shutdown to be giving across,
Little
and the
Pants is
hook
dead.
finds Little Pants as well. No flash. And this time, it's Venomcrest who over-aggress, and Lars, out of nowhere, comes in, will find the kill on towards Dandy as well. 4 members of Venomcrest get taken down purely for the privilege of taking the tier 1 in mid.
This is a very unfortunate situation to be found in. Goldie finding a very good kind of like multi-man knockback here as they're looking for the tower, and then a beautiful hook into Killer Instinct means Bartoldi dies. KZ falls to Goldie. The only downside there is that's a massive shutdown, but it's onto your Maokai, which is not a great place for the gold to go. It's just a very, very well played and well executed fight from the side of Verzik, who now find themselves about 1,000 gold in the lead.
Yeah, the pendulum swings, the gold lead will bounce. Change its head for the time being. It's not untenable for Venomcrest, but perhaps that's a bit of a wake-up call. That they perhaps playing a little bit too fast and loose right now. They need to chill, calm down a bit. As you said, this Venomcrest roster is mostly playing for, what, the 2-3 items sort of spikes? Okay, well, KZ's already at 2, but the rest of the team are still quite a way off.
And is being matched by Gino here, also on 2 items, 402 on this Kai'Sa. And it feels like a lot of the games we're seeing across both day 1 and day 2, it's just AD carries doing so well and being a big factor in the reason their teams are winning the game. And that kind of speaks to the kind of meta that we're finding ourselves in with the likes of Kai'Sa, with the likes of Xayah, with the likes of don't come to mind, Tristana's coming into the meta, is you are looking at a much more AD carry focused meta, and I don't think that's a bad thing by any means.
We talk about that though, but let's not forget about Lars right now, who is up nearly 70 CS.
Could be a Flame Horizon
against,
angle.
Has already picked up a kill, was shoving in the bot lane, has so much gold to his name right now. If we could get a toggle on the gold, I would love to see how that is going right now. Right now, we are also looking towards the second Rift Herald. It spawned up a little moment ago. It looks like Venomcrest are eager to pick it up.
Yeah, and it would just help them to gain even more control of this map. Only one tier 1 standing between them and full control. Lars, on the other hand, just gonna, casually take the bot lane tier 2, as you do.
Scaling up towards that Trinity Force very, very nicely. Considering the way the game's going, could you see, pick up just Hullbreaker third?
Yeah, I could absolutely see that. I think Shojin is also
Oh,
a very viable
Bartoldi
option.
went very aggressive here. Doesn't quite get caught by the Nature's Grasp, but Lars is on the chase, looking to find the angle in. There is the kill, as he'll find his second of the game. And now it's members of Venomcrest being brought out. I know. Tries to go forwards. The Shockwave will dissuade the chase a little, but Little Pants will drop. And that's Lars' third on his Fiora. And Verzik, just like that, they punish the mid lane play and they explode out to a 4k gold lead.
It's a disaster. The all-out landing onto the riposte sends Inno right out of the fight, taking nobody with him. And Venomcrest, they just have no way to
just
deal
says
with this
peace.
Fiora.
He just pieces out. It's that kid, you know, just flashes peace and slowly fades out of the scene.
Venomcrest, they have no way to deal with ours.
He's scary right now. 4,000, closing on 5. Gold difference between these top laners. All of that tower gold, all of that minion gold in the pocket of Lars. 11 minus 6 is 5, Drew.
No, I can do math. I didn't want to believe it.
I know that
because
your
that
head's
is
been hurting. Yeah.
that is almost the entire gold lead of this game. In fact, it's more than that.
That checks, honestly. Looking at the rest of the map, it's not too like lopsided and engagement, right?
Yeah.
But Lars is out here to prove something, and he is ripping apart this map to do it.
Yeah, absolutely tearing the map asunder. 12,000 gold to name.
So, I know what the message he was trying to send is.
Yeah.
Don't let me have Fiora.
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
This
I
is
would
not.
largely
There is
agree.
no way a team lets Fiora through without a very strong plan to deal with the Fiora. Because I'm not sure what Venomcrest's plan is in this situation. Bartoldi? Yeah.
That's a flame horizon.
Double gold.
No. 100 CS
Not
off
quite,
the main
but
opponent.
Just give it a moment and it may happen. There is the catch. And Gino is going to get taken down here. The On The Hunt is doing good work. Bartoldi trying to go forwards. Jolly Boy flashes. They're still going to chase this one forwards. Remaining members of Verzik are mainly just playing bodyguard. Look at... Okay, yes. KZ gets caught by Goldie. Look at the base, Drew. Look at Loz! He is backdooring the Nexus at 22 minutes! We were talking about the fastest game last game. Verzik, it looked bad for them for a while, but just like that, Lars comes online. He is dissuaded from pushing all the way in by the recall of Dandy, but he has torn open the bot lane. The inhibitor is down, and now there's a Baron there for the taking.
I mean, we're used to backdoors in the UKEL, but god damn. At 22 minutes, is that even a backdoor at that point?
Yeah.
It just feels like an outright walking in the front type of situation. I mean, small solace for Venomcrest. They won the fight, I guess.
Yeah. I don't know how much of a solace it will truly be. They are 5,000 thereabouts, gold down, and yep, there's that hull breaker I was talking about. Lars 3-0, 130 CS up onto Inno, and I need to shout out you, Drew. At the start of this game, you said Cassante cannot play this lane.
Yeah.
Well, he played it. He didn't die in lane. He's 0-0-1.
But how does he deal with it?
How does anyone deal with this Fiora? This is the stuff of nightmares. This is the stuff I happen to come up against in my solo queue games.
You just, every time you play against a Fiora, it's just Lars. He's just following you. Now,
he's just got 20,000 ult accounts.
I'm trying to figure out if this is a Death Stance or a Spirit Shojin 4th item for this Fiora, because both would be terrifying.
Could easily be either.
Both would be terrifying. But Baron is on the cards. It is soul point for Venomcrest, about 2.5, maybe 3 minutes on that dragon. I can't give exact timing, we don't have timers on.
Goldie, just to try and zone out. That's a great cataclysm, though. The flash out from Gino is not going to matter. The unleashed power is not going to matter. And Venomcrest, with Lars not there, he is going to... Verzik are going to lose the fight. Bartoldi tries to hard commit to stopping Goldie from getting back out. And now, here comes Lars towards the play. This Fiora, stop playing the Jaws music because she is hunting. She chooses not to strike this time. Venomcrest, they dissuade the play, but it's still relatively going to be easy for Verzik to start this Baron off, and now here comes KZ and Little Pants to try and spot in. Hollow will spot this one out. There is no Bartoldi to try and contest this with a smite. It would be a boomerang and prey angle from KZ if this were to work. It is not going to be. Everybody's back up from the side of Verzik. They will pick up the Baron. And now, a situation that was looking so good for Venomcrest in the first 10, 15 minutes has flipped on its head.
KZ go as untouched as he would like in these fights, but it doesn't matter when there's a Fiora banging on the doors of your base.
4 items.
Yeah, that was a
4
Shojin.
items Shojin completed. Maybe Bartoldi can steal this Drake. I have to believe that Verzik. There we go. Yeah, everybody but the Fiora is here. In fact, it looks like the Venomcrest angle might be to try and gang up on the Fiora. Lars going in towards Inno here. He's already dead before any member of Venomcrest can come to try and extract him. Now Lars is on the get out. The on the hunt was used from KZ for Diddley, Squat, and 4 members of Verzik now in the mid lane. Gonna break open the tier 1. There's nobody there to defend it.
And a game that looks so good for Venomcrest to start with. Slowly leaving their grasp. It's a 4,000 gold lead in favor of Verzik. Lars just getting free control of the game. Inno's first death, but it was also a solo bolo, as now they're looking to go onto this Fiora again. Just not going to get them
Hull
anywhere.
Breaker! He's got Hull Breaker, 4 items and 332 CS! What do you do?
This is more than a Flame Horizon. This is a singularity.
There we go. He's just going in 1v3, elite KZ, and now the rest of Verzik are hunting. They smell the blood in the water. Bartoldi will drop. Lars is just playing with his food right now as the base is torn asunder. 1 inhibitor turret remains. It's gonna be a simple formality for Verzik as they look to close out this game. 1 Nexus turret is already down. Inno and Little Pants are gonna be able to do naught as Verzik will be able to secure their first win of the split. But not before Lars gets 2 more kills on the Fiora. 7-0-2. Flame Horizon Fiora will take down the game for Verzik.
That wasn't even a Flame Horizon. It wasn't a singularity. That was a pure black hole of destruction. Lars coming in, making a statement in game number 3, their second game in the UKEL, as they go 1-1 off the back of a dominant performance. Venomcrest Serpents do fall to 0-2 after. That's 2 very unfortunate games where they have a lead and they just can't translate it. It's really unfortunate, and I want to see this team succeed because they did so well in open qualifiers, but now it seems Verzik come out on top, and
well,
very rightfully so.
I hope you enjoyed watching Lars's only Fiora game of the split. Because
if he gets it again,
I said it before. Unless a team has a hard and fast counter to Fiora, and you are damn good at it, you can't risk that happening again.
How do you shut it down?
Well.
How do you shut it down?
That's on the other teams in the league to find out, Jika. That's 3 games in the books. 1 more remains. Arcadeia versus Belfast Storm will be the final game of the day. We'll be back in a bit to cast it. But before that, Middlecott and the gang will, of course, be back to break down this last game. We'll be back in a few.
there, everybody, and welcome back to the Four Nations presented by the UKEL. We just witnessed V versus V, Venomcrest versus Verzik, and Verzik came out on top, grabbing themselves their first ever win in the UKEL. Rail, big game for themselves. Looked a little bit shaky at the start, but ultimately able to come back into it and secure that dub.
Yeah, they had some errors. They got their early kill on the bot, which looked nice at the start, but then there was like a little fight around the dragon, which sort of punished them back, and they sort of had to take a step back and reevaluate of how they want to win this game. And after taking a couple of step backs, they found a solution of a sort.
Definitely,
No, I mean,
solved the problem. It definitely did. Ejin?
no, yeah, I mean, in the same time for Venomcrest, it kind of felt like they had a bit of an opposite problem where like in game 1 they had their lead, but then they didn't do enough to like close it out. But maybe in game 2 they did a bit too much, and maybe they let it slip by all the lead that they kind of garnered up.
Yeah, and obviously we are going to jump to having a little bit of a closer look at that in just a bit. But straight off the bat, what this result means is that the Venomcrest side, who looked pretty damn good versus DMG on Monday, are coming out of the first week with an 0-2 split. And honestly, looking at this roster coming into the split, that's not necessarily something I would have expected, Rail.
No, not at all. They looked okay coming into this, and they looked like a team that might be able to contest, but it's exactly what Ejun just said. It started off them doing too little in the first game, whereas game 2 they did too much. They went for a play when Orianna had no mana, so they weren't able to push any of their leads, because Orianna was one of the key catalysts of why they won any team fight.
Yeah, and for Verzik, though, a big turnaround for themselves, right? After that, honestly, pretty demoralizing must have been lost to Belfast Storm. Coming back here, putting up a much stronger performance, Ejun, and being able to pull out the W in the end.
Oh yeah, I mean they've got to be feeling good about it, and really good congratulations to Verzik Esports. Of course, you're going against Venomcrest. These are quite a bit of established players. A lot of the players in Verzik Esports not as well proven, so it's gotta feel nice to just like have their name on the board. Like, boom, we did get a win, and we did get a win against an established team. We belong in this league, you know.
Great stuff for them to even up their record at 1-1. And let's have a little bit of a look at how that game ended up playing out. Yeah, so a little bit of an issue with the graphic, but I believe that scores are mostly correct for what's going on. I'm not too sure, because that does look like the scoreline that Tyron had. So I think there is just a little bit of an issue with that graphic. Hopefully that gets sorted, or it doesn't, or we don't need it. But regardless, guys, I think the main takeaway is that there were big performances from multiple members of the Verzik squad, right?
Yeah, and I think there's a certain player that won't be disrespected in a certain way again, because there's a certain pick what slipped through bans. I don't know if it's that impactful. I don't know if it did that much, but you know, the man just obliterated everything. Let's be real here. That Fura was absolutely disgusting. We looked at his farm at 21 minutes, and it was like 260.
He was definitely the late game bane of Venomcrest, but right at the start of things were going well for Venomcrest, almost in a repeat of what happened in that game versus DMG. Around that first Dragon fight, they were able to get themselves a decent team fight and a couple of kills on that Civ nice and early.
No, yeah, I mean, just looking at this fight, Venomcrest taking advantage of their superior team fighting team comp right at the start, taking away Jolly Boy, and then from there on being able to just one by one take Goldie out as well, forcing the flash out of Small Critter. Just nice, well played team comp from them, and able to get the dragon. So that was like a nice lead for them, and they could have pushed more on with it.
Yeah, it was a recognition of kind of what they could take from that engagement, because you think Civ, you don't necessarily want to be contesting around those early dragons, but I think Rail, you almost immediately, as soon as we saw that play happen, called out that shockwave as being a massive part of that play, deleting the Nautilus, setting up for the rest of the fight.
Yeah, exactly. With Nautilus completely out of the picture, just meant that Jarvan could dive onto the backline, and that's exactly what he did. He isolated them. Maokai couldn't get involved. He didn't have his cooldowns either, so he couldn't jump on the Jarvan. So then he was isolated, trapped to the side, and it just led to them picking up Maokai, getting small critters flash, and it just became the perfect team fight. And that's where I say that Orianna just became the main catalyst of anything good from Venomcrest.
Yeah, I mean, Shockwave, great for setting up the play. Then there were things that happened, and the advantage ultimately, it didn't end up lasting. I don't know if we've got the replay ready quite yet, but there was that engagement in the mid lane where Venomcrest, they've got that lead, they're coming out of the early game, they're feeling good, but Ejun, they just go that little bit too far.
Yeah, and immediately one thing I want to talk about is the fight starts out well, but if you notice, Orianna is completely mana like hungry. Like, she doesn't have any more mana, so at this point, Verzik decide, boom, go in, trigger, bam, Smoke Critter getting the kill on Balding Bart, and just the rest of the team falling apart. There is no more damage. Once the AD carry is dead, once the mid laner has no more mana, like, they should have just backed off, but instead, they stayed a bit too much, and Verzik was able to punish them. And after this, I think Verzik took control of the game.
Massive turning point, right, Rael?
Yeah, just pretty much on the point Ejun is with the no mana on Orianna. You can't make any plays. This is the catalyst you need to be playing around. You have short range AD carry as well on top of that. So in terms of like getting away or getting out, it becomes a lot more difficult. So you have to full commit, but you can't commit when you've got nothing to use.
Maybe a little bit of a hangover from that game versus DMG, right? You had that early lead and you didn't do enough with it to put yourself at an advantage, and you ultimately end up losing. I think it's difficult to make assumptions about how players are thinking or what is going through their minds in this game, but there has to be that feeling that the fact that they had a game in their hands a few days ago and let it slip away would have maybe informed that play, wanting to push something a little bit more than they could do. But massive credit to Verzik, right? We didn't get a good look at this team in day one, but they were there with the response. They were there with the plays, and after that big team fight to pull them back into the game, Rail, it really just became about one man in the side lane.
And you wonder who that one man is. Well, you're going to get to see. This man, Fiora, just had so much freedom in the game. Obviously, he had a free matchup as well, being a Cassante matchup. And his team were just stopping the recalls while he is just destroying the entire base. And it just became this story throughout. The Fiora just had all the freedom in the world and just turned over towards the top side. The team's baiting them at the Baron. Even though things could go better for them, Fiora's still getting what she wants.
Yeah, I think this is the almost funny thing, right? Is you're seeing the kill feed come up there, and it's blue. It's kills going in favor of Venomcrest in those team fights. But as soon as we got into the split push potential, Lars completely took over.
And another thing to mention here, the graphics don't show it, but Lars was able to like flame Horizon his opponent Inno, and like at one point it almost looked like he doubled the gold lead. So just a pure dominating performance from Lars, definitely the MVP in my opinion for this game.
Bro, like there was points in that game where we were legitimately looking at Lars having doubled the CS of the Cassante. And he was hitting these ridiculous break points like 300 CS at 23 minutes and stuff like that. And you can, again, understand why Venomcrest wanted to accelerate this game, because there was nothing that could stop Lars on a side lane.
Absolutely nothing. Once he had them 2 items, it's already unstoppable at that point. And then he gets Hullbreaker. If you're going to pay any attention to him, the team's just going to do the rest for him. So they just got to a point where there's nothing you could do. Cassante didn't really have the best optimization. You need an Iceborne Gauntlet or even Tabbies in this matchup, otherwise it becomes impossible.
Yeah, and something that I think I can say pretty for sure, we shouldn't be seeing too much more Lars on Fiora. I think that one's going to be hitting the ban table more often than not. We have one game left remaining, folks. We've had a load of fun League of Legends, but we've got even more for you. Arcadeia looking to pick up their first win, and Belfast Storm going to be trying to join the likes of Ruddy, the likes of Tempest at the top of the table on a 2-0. If you want to find out how that matchup goes down, just wait a couple minutes and we'll bring it on your screens.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
Hello there, everybody. Welcome into the Four Nations presented by UKEL. We are here with the final game of Week 1. Arcadeia going to be taking on Belfast Storm. Rail and Ejun joining me on the desk for one last time this evening. Guys, I've said this 3 times before. I'll say it one last time. How are we feeling about this matchup?
This one's the one I'm most excited for because I've seen in chat that someone's got a shrine to Vane God. So, I kind of want to see what sort of shrine he's built.
A shrine to Vane... Well, that just worries me straight off the bat. Like, I don't really know how to process that information. The guy's good at Vane, but he can play other champions as well. Let's move on for that. We won't talk about Vane God for the time being. We'll have plenty of time to talk about him in just a little bit. Let's chat Arcadeia and see who is going to be hitting the rift for themselves in this game. Of course, we have got Synapse Sprinter up in the top lane. It is time for T in the jungle. Brixton in mid. We're drawing a blanket AD carry, and Galaxy in the support role with Arcarath as coach. Also Org owner as well. Shout out to him, just doing his own thing, starting up a team in the UKL. And he's going to be hoping that they are going to be able to secure their first win, because first day at the office wasn't a fun one.
No, it definitely wasn't. I mean, they went for their usual, like, or not usual, I guess, but still their fun picks with the Synapse on the LeBlanc and tried to do something different, something a bit more feisty. But it didn't really work out against Ruddy Esports. But this time they're going against Belfast. We'll see how the draft goes. And honestly, like, Arcadeia, despite the loss, they still look like a strong team. So I'm very hopeful for them.
Yeah, well, let's have a little bit of a look at the Belfast Storm roster that they are going to be facing off against today. Got a guy going a little bit Rengis Khan in the top lane, Wilhelm in the jungle, Limsey in mid, that man in the bottom lane, Vayne God, and Zerg at support with a couple of extra E's, couple of extra R's, couple of extra G's in that name. Guys, trying to maximize his Scrabble score as much as possible, and honestly, first time that we saw him in this split, he was maximizing kill participation. 1, 2, and 19 on the Bard, a really key part of getting those fights started for Belfast.
And the big thing we actually did talk about is these players have played together for a long time now. This is a roster which have played together for years at this point and have been such a good staple point as a team and have showed improvement after improvement after improvement. Obviously, pulling out the Bard is a different one because Bard recently just got stronger, so it's showcasing how good he can actually be.
Yeah, but at least for me, oh, sorry.
No, you're free to talk, man.
Oh yeah. But at least for me, that Bard gameplay, if I want to talk about that, it didn't feel like it was Bard being strong. It was more like just Zerg being really clutch. Like, there were so many like ults and like kind of weird, the weird Bard play that looks like super like sus until it works out. Like, he was hitting a lot of those, and like the game against Verzik, their players seemed like they were completely unprepared to face against the Bard, and it worked out wonders for Belfast.
Yeah, Zerg like doing like magic cosmic bindings, like it's hitting one person, they're dashing away, Flash it still hits the wall, so you get the stun coming through. To sort of re-emphasize that point about this being a roster that we've seen a lot, I think it's also one of the few rosters that can really talk about in the UKL as having a defined playstyle coming straight out of the gate. Because when I look at this team, I'm thinking, okay, Vanguard, Limsey's going to be the carries, Rengis is going to be weak side, on a tank, on a bruiser, making sure that that part of the map is stable, enabling these other carries, Rail.
Yeah, at this point, I think Rengis doesn't even care what he plays as long as his team's winning the game. This man's just happy chilling up in top lane, doing his part, and just watching the rest of his team win the map. So he's honestly just chilling at this point. He's just
vibing from a yurt in Mongolia as his horsemen are going out across the steppe, conquering all the known world. It's kind of the vibe that he's going to be in. And Ejun, you mentioned how Synapse was willing to pull out this LeBlanc top, which is a little bit non-standard. That's going to present a really interesting paradigm going up against Rengis, who, well, we know what this guy's going to be playing.
Yeah. I mean, I hope that despite the loss they had against Ruddy, that they're not going to give up on that identity of Synapse just being an absolutely fantastic, like, split pusher. Like the Fiora we saw last game, who kind of won through split pushing. Hopefully Synapse can kind of show a little bit of his own flavor in that as well. But yeah, we are starting off with a bit of bans. We got the Vayne, the Zaya, and then, okay, the Bard ban coming out. Yep, that's completely acceptable. We got the LeBlanc ban. We got the Jace ban, and finally the Renekton ban to close out the first round of bans here.
And who would have seen the Vayne ban coming out? I personally didn't see it. Middle Cup, did you see it coming?
I think it's to be expected. And a lot of the picks that we're seeing initially locked in here are kind of expected. Whilst the bans have been populated by the weird and wonderful, these opening rotations throughout the day, Maokai, Relazir have been showing up a lot, Ejun.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, these are some really strong champions. Like, definitely priority picks. Gotta look out for them. And like, for most teams, it really feels like if they do get through those ban phases, like, boom, pick him up as quick as you can.
Now I'm waiting to see if this is going to be a fresh Aphelios. Do default to the Alistar, which I actually do like, because I was saying this earlier, the Rakans into Rel really just haven't worked for any team yet. So just go Alistar. It's an easy matchup as Alistar. It's much better. And I kind of had a feeling Belfast would fall back to that Kaiser being one of the premier AD carries right now in current meta, especially with Xayah and Vayne banned. It's a fairly simple one for him to fall back to.
Yeah. He also looked really good
Yeah.
on it last game. It fits very well into the same sort of paradigm as Vayne when you go for that on-hit or AD focus build. Short-range AD carry with a little bit of mobility that puts out too much damage. Please nerf her, Riot. Looking over for Arcadeia, though. Traditional team fight, but it feels like we've got maybe picks here that aren't necessarily the highest of power level. Aphelios, not something that we see all the time, but we know that this is a core pick for Blank.
I mean, yeah, I mean, it kind of almost makes me think like maybe they want to go for like a classic, I mean, maybe not Feed the Puppy comp, but essentially a team comp that's completely centered around Aphelios and the amount of damage that he's going to be able to output. But of course, Belfast trying to put a wrench in that and saying, okay, no, we're gonna hook the Aphelios out. Let's get the Trash over here. Let's get some feisty hook support here for the action. We do have the Xerath pick, which is, I guess, the mid lane pick. Yeah, yes, it is the mid lane pick, and then we got the top lane hover here finally. Oh, is it? It's another Cassante. Wait, we get two Cassantes today.
Ejun, why are you so happy about seeing Cassante, man? I don't know. I've been watching too much pro. I'm getting absolutely sick of seeing this champion, but that's not Cassante. Okay, I said that Rengus was going to be playing tanks. I'm sorry, I'm a liar. Akali locked in for the man in the top lane. Rail, what is going on here?
What?
Well, I can tell you what's going on. Belfast Storm just pulled the pants down on Arcadia a little bit there with the rail bait and said, oh, pick a rail counter matchup. We ain't going to throw this jungle. And it's exactly what they did. They played into it, took the Alistar. Now Zerg, one of his best ever champions, is Thresh. He's played so much Thresh in his time. He's always looked good on this champion regardless of meta. So him getting a matchup he completely wants, and one of the win conditions being bot lane, does sit in a little bit of Belfast Storm's favour. But there is avenues for Arcadia. We're not counting them out at all.
And I suppose one of those avenues is kind of enabled by this Akali, because you've got additional combat power in terms of raw damage, but you are sacrificing a lot of stability. And yes, maybe last game was not the best example of what a Cassante could do, but if this champion gets early attention and is able to snowball, there is scarcely a champion on Belfast Storm that can feel safe in a 1v1 against him.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Middlecut, but the Akali is on Belfast Storm's side.
Yeah?
You were saying Akali on Arcadia.
I can't talk right now. I've been here for 4 hours, man. Come on! You know what I meant!
You can't bait the viewers, Middlecut.
Oh,
You can't.
Right.
Rangus is not playing a tank, not today.
Oh, right, okay. So, Raul, you just make sure you type out the list of all the champions that have been locked in the Twitch chat to make sure everyone's updated. But yes, okay, right. Akali for Rengus. What does this mean, brother?
It means a bad time. That's the simple way I can tell you. It's a bad time for Arcadia. It's another one of them hard matchups for Cassante. He can do something early, granted, but there's so much mobility on the Akali that whenever she doesn't want to trade, she can decide on her terms. And when it comes to team fights as well, keeping that Aphelios safe when you've got Kaiser to worry about, you've got Azir to worry about. There's so much dive from this Belfast Storm team that anyone can follow up. So there's too many multiple threats. That's my only current worry. Well, Arcadia do have some decent range. They've got the Xerath, and Xerath actually isn't that bad right now.
No, not at all. I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of play of him as a counter in the mid lane to this Azir. But there is also that worry for Arcadia region that if either this Aphelios or this Xerath isn't able to get fed, isn't able to get off the ground, then you are going to be severely lacking damage in the mid game.
Oh yeah, completely for sure. I mean, just continuing off the point that Rayo mentioned with just the fact that they're so unsafe. Like in the earlier stages of the draft, I was like, oh, this Aphelios, he seems so safe. He's got so many buddies protecting him. Then comes out the Akali. I'm like, oh, okay, now never mind. No, this Aphelios gotta be so careful now. He's gotta play it pitch perfect. You know, he's gotta like sidestep like he's dancing and stuff like that, or it's gonna be so rough. I mean, and that yeah, just the early game too. This Maokai, like tea time, I feel like this is tea time's game to really show up and like really have to get the early advantages.
Well, big thing I want to mention, if there's a player who can do it on Aphelios, it would be Blank.
Yeah.
Blank and Vanguard have played each other so many times in the past, and every time it's looked close. Both these AD carries have both looked strong on whatever champion they've played in whatever roster they've played in. So there's a lot of faith in this team for him to be playing this champion, even though Aphelios isn't at his strongest right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got one of those core picks that you feel comfortable on, you can kind of just slam it down. We saw Bear Tree do that with the Alawi, and well, we all saw what happened in that situation. Looking at the sort of nature of these compositions in terms of the way they interact with time, we do have a fair few scaling carries on both sides here, Eugene.
Oh, I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, Aphelios goes absolutely insane bananas. Like, same with the Kai'Sa, same with the Azir. Like, we are kind of looking at a very explosive game, and like where everybody's gonna get shredded down like in a second's notice. It's gonna be a very exciting game to like cast once it comes to team fights, of course.
Yeah, and so whichever team is able to get that early advantage and carry it through could be key. We going to be throwing it over to our casters in just a moment's time for the final time this evening. Belfast Storm taking on Arcadeia. Jika and Brack on the mic.
Thank you for the final time of the night, Middlecott, Rail, and Ejun. We are here onto the Rift for the final game of the night. Arcadeia versus Belfast Storm. And, well, there's a champion right here that, there's a champion right here, Jika, that you're quite a fan of in the bot lane.
To Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
For those that don't know, I am Azira Aphelios 2-trick, and there's the Aphelios on the team, so Blank, I'm gonna be watching. I'm very happy that we've seen this come out at least once today. Now,
so less fangirling and more how does Aphelios want to play this game?
I was about to get there.
Minions
I like being rude to you though.
Yeah, I know. Rail mentioned that Aphelios isn't in the strongest spot right now, but the good thing about Aphelios is he doesn't have to be strong to be good because he does so much. He's always going to have some form of utility, and I think that's going to show very, very strongly this game to just see a trade division in this bot side. However, Aphelios is dealing with an Azir, a Rel, a Thresh, and an Akali. It's going to be very, very difficult to get anything done without taking everything to the base. So Blank just has to try and play out the storm, weather the storm that is Belfast Storm, and try to get 2-3 items pretty safely. That's the point where you really come online. However, I have just noticed that as a Ghost TP Cassante, which isn't something I've seen before. Synapse is cooking. I like it. It's interesting.
I mean, this is the man who played
LeBlanc
Trinity
top.
Force LeBlanc top.
Yeah,
so
he's always cooking. I know Synapse. I've worked with Synapse. Man's always cooking.
Oh yeah.
It's going to be interesting.
I know, but maybe everyone else doesn't. So, but there was a bit of a hoodwink that happened right at the end of the draft there from Belfast Storm, and that's Sengir pulling out the Akali in this top lane. How do you think that goes down?
It's going to be hard for Akali to really find much of anything. You don't have CC to lock Cassante down. He's relatively easy for him to trade. It's relatively easy for him to trade with you just based on what his kit allows for. And if you get caught out of position, you can be taken to the other side of the map pretty easily, away from your shroud, away from your energy regen. So I'm interested to see how it does go, because I do think that if Synapse can play it well, and we can kind of see it here, this lane could go one way or another. But Rengus, we know Rengus is a tank meat side player, so it's going to be interesting to see how he finds this lane, given the fact that the Akali isn't something we typically see in his arsenal.
Yep, Rengus
However,
found himself Go ahead.
I do believe that Tea Time has one job this game, and that is make sure Brixton doesn't get railed. Because if this Xerath can get to get through lane phase fine, you've got a bridge for your Aphelios to come online.
Right now, Brixton is doing pretty fine for himself, but obviously that is without Wilhelm having done anything on the map as yet. And of course, this Rel is not known to be a champion that sits idle. This is very much a pick that wants to get themselves rolling in the early stages. You can see already pretty quick on the clear, has gone and picked up that first scuttle in the bot side, delayed the Grom to do it.
Yeah, just gonna be a bit of a slower early game, I think, kind of like what we saw last game, but it's all gonna explode and come online and get back.
First
What was that? Rengus says no. Galaxy face checks into 3. You might have a flash, but I don't think it saves you. And Zerg will pick up that kill. I think that was the last tick of Ignite. Of course, you don't necessarily want it going on your Thresh, but with Ignite ticks, what can you do, really? Meanwhile, on the top lane, Rengus, yeah, completely nopes Synapse, and nopes him so hard he disappeared off the rift for a little while.
Rakish, I think today is the day of me just cursing everybody, because every time I open my mouth, something else, the opposite of what I say happens.
You did make a Minecraft realm. Do you want to tell everyone what the Minecraft realm was called?
Caster Curse Incorporated.
I think you cursed yourself by naming the server as such. Brixton! I was going to say
We're
finds a
missing
solo
so
kill.
much.
Tea Time actually is the one who sets that one up. Find his way into the mid lane. Get Brixton rolling. Vanguard stepping forwards. Wilhelm is here once again. Good headbutt away. But the flash forwards into Shattering Strike. And that's another nice round fatty beef patty to be fed into the waiting mouths of the Belfast Storm.
Vanguard picking up that kill there. And I'm gonna be honest, this is something that we saw from Galaxy on Monday. Being very disrespectful in lane and kind of making that a lot harder than it needs to be. And it's happening again this game. My worry is that it gets to a point where there is too big of a lead for you to scale through. Because if that happens, there really isn't much that your carries can do. Meanwhile, Synapse opting to lose half of his health in this top lane.
I mean, Rengus is just dead. There is no way you get out from both the... Oh, never mind, level 6 comes through. Feels pretty unlikely, though. Rengus is... Yeah.
I mean,
is not really going to get away from that one.
There is a world where if that Shuriken flip lands, you actually kill Synapse and get out.
Alas, not to be. Tea Time will pick up that kill. Right now, of course, Synapse also holding a nearly double the CS of Rengus in this lane. So despite giving over that first blood gold-wise, he's still doing pretty okay.
Yeah, I mean, definitely happy in this lane. Hang on, I've just noticed that CS lead. Wait, Matt?
The top lane CS lead.
Yes, I know you just mentioned it, but it didn't click.
I mean, there's also quite a bot lane CS advantage, of course. Blank not really been able to farm as happily as he would like, what with Galaxy suffering those 2 early deaths. Of course, Aphelios is all about the scaling. He's already got himself a cull picked up as well, so is perfectly happy to sit back, wait, and for this game to come to him.
Yeah, Blank definitely not in any kind of rush this game. Playing it slow, cool, calm, collected, letting everything happen around him until he gets to that 2-3 item spike.
Will he be able to get that plate before Vanguard and Zerg return? I imagine he will. Yeah, that has been 1 plate secured, so that's a little bit of gold back into Blank's pocket. They are still pushing Zerg and Vanguard in, especially, of course, with the Infernum. There's really nothing that a Kaiser can do to match up to that level of shove.
There really isn't much at all, but it looks like Rengus looking to move down towards Limsey here. It's something, I mean, Brixton's under his tower. It's really hard to get anything done here. Limsey's just kind of pushing this wave in.
Limsey can scoop him.
Could, but I mean, Rengus already heading back towards this top side. Wilhelm nowhere near either. Just gonna be a bit of a shove. Try and make Brixton waste more mana than would like. Early Merc Tread value coming out of Limsey here is insane, by the way.
Do tell.
You're into Maokai, Zarath, with an Aphelios there as well, like Gravitum, Arcane Orb, I think, or Shocking Orb, as well as Twisted Advance.
Yeah.
I forget the ultimate name.
Right to the arcane.
No, the Maokai one.
Nature's Grasp.
That's the one. Just there's so much CC coming out from the 2 DPS plus the jungler, and in the mid jungle 2v2, plus the sheer amount of magic damage in the mid jungle 2v2. These mercs, the mercs value for Limsey this game is absolutely insane.
Rel's are waiting. Wilhelm looking to come in, try and find an angle towards Blank. The hook misses. The crash down also misses. Limsey now shows up towards the bot side as well. Brixton is going to roam down just in case a right to the arcane is needed. Looks like it will not be. In the meantime, while all of that was going on, red buff did get stolen away by Wilhelm, but Tea Time did secure the first Rift Herald.
Which is, it's good. It means Arcadia definitely on the board now, looking for ways forwards from this point onwards. Question is...
Like, just can't step up. He's losing so much XP and gold.
I mean, look at the... I mean, Galaxy is level 4, Vanguard is level 6. Tea Time has to come and bail this lane out. Galaxy dying twice really early on has made this lane really difficult to play, and Zerg...
They've got to be able to punish this, though. There is no flash on the Thresh, but they're not stepping forwards. Wilhelm is here looking towards Tea Time. Looking is all he ends up doing, though. And Arcadia, they're having to be so cautious about how they execute this. Tea Time now stepping in purely to allow Blank and Galaxy to shove this wave in so that they have the ability to take a reset.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very well-played lane from Blank to just have to say, okay, look, we sack this. We're not risking that. We know Wilhelm sat on our side. We've already lost a fight twice in a 3v2. We aren't contesting this. We're not stepping up. If they've got a freeze, we have to get Tea Time to come and help us break it. We don't get a choice.
Wilhelm, again, for the third time, looking towards this bot side. There is the use on the Blast Cone. Tea Time is coming down. Galaxy is the one who takes the hook, and it's the one who will take the death. Blank looking for the angle in. Here is the right of the Arcane. Vanguard trying to get out, takes a huge chunk of damage. Wilhelm will be the first victim as Blank picks up his first kill of the game. Moonlight Vigil will not find its targets. Tea Time in some trouble, has to flash away. Vanguard flashes away for fear of reprisal from Blank. Green and white did have the range to do it, and it ends up being a 1-for-1. Galaxy takes his third death, but Blank, importantly, is on the board.
Blank is now on the board. It is a 40 CS disadvantage, but trying to find the smaller wins. It feels so bad to be an AD carry, honestly, in this situation. I can feel for Blank because you can't break a freeze that's been set up because of 2 really early ganks. However, let's take a look at the wider state of the map. It is even in gold. There was only 1 more kill for Belfast Storm. Brixton is doing well, Synapse is doing well, Tea Time is doing okay. So generally speaking, the game's in a fine spot. Even if Blank is struggling, he's always going to be useful. He's always going to scale it into the game. So Arcadia looking to take the first dragon. We could see the first big team fight. Okay, let's see.
Look, they're just going to dogpile onto Galaxy, it seems. Tea Time able to secure that one. Does not have a means of escape, however, so his life will be forfeit. Rengis looking to find the damage in. Will take the Lantern out. 2 kills are secured for Belfast Storm, but the Drake did get picked up by Arcadia, and as we were saying, they are looking to scale this game out. They kind of need to, with the state that Blank finds himself in currently.
I mean, that no gold lead I was talking about before has just ballooned to 2k. Sure, Arcadia got the dragon, but I don't know how much help it's going to be, as now Blank and Galaxy can't walk up.
Limsey are looking. They are going to be able to find Blank. Right of the Arcane is active. Vanguard trying to find the way out of this one. Galaxy will drop down. Tea Time is trying to find the damage. Zerg flashes. Can we find an Arcana Pulse? The mana. There is the pickup. There is the kill onto Zerg. Brixton still too low to try and finish off Vanguard. It's 1 kill traded back, but again, that's 2 more picked up by the Storm. The only slight mercy is that they are shepherding the Rift Herald towards the spot turret.
And that is a small saving grace, and Brixton is your bridge, like I mentioned at the start of this game, so the fact that he's doing well means that your Aphelios going down so much is nowhere near as terrifying as it should otherwise be. But,
So,
and there is a but.
we come up to... What's the but?
Kai'Sa is 4-0, Akali is 2-1.
Yeah. It's not the best circumstance that you are... I'm imagining right now you're putting yourself in blank shoes and just kind of shaking your head.
It's pain. It's very pain.
That being said, we're at 14 minutes. Gold lead is still pretty darn even, which considering the CS disparity in bot lane and the kills that Vanguard has secured, that's far from nothing.
I mean, Arcadeia doing a very good job of making sure this game doesn't completely pass them by. I think there is definitely a good chance that this game is going to be a lot more even for a lot longer than we give it credit for based on the bot lane matchup. Just because the rest of the team is doing relatively well, and Brixton, as I've said a couple of times now, is this bridge. This is the player you're watching for the next 15 minutes or so.
Well, Xerath currently matched up against Vanguard and Zerg in the mid lane, obviously, can farm out waves from far beyond the engage range of a Thresh.
Oh yeah, significantly easier than a lot of these champions. You're kind of relying on Limsey to find an angle onto Brixton to shuffle him.
Finds the crash down, finds the hook, finds the magnet storm, the flame. They're burning every damn thing. Zerg eventually picks it up. Right to the arcane though, is looking for Vanguard. Takes the lantern. The chase down is coming. Galaxy still trying to find the way forward. And the final hit will find the shutdown. And that's a lot of gold onto that bridge for Arcadeia.
Brixton, 350 gold shutdown, 302. First item completed, doing so much work for Arcadeia. We had our concerns about Brixton coming in from open quals, but if this is the game where Brixton has said, I'm going to prove myself and there's nothing you can do to stop me.
Fantastic showing from him thus far, keeping Arcadeia within touching distance. They are now 500 gold up against the Belfast Storm, and right now it feels like it's still brewing. I hear the thunder on the horizon. The storm's approaching. When does it arrive?
You're already going to start to feel it on 2 items. You need to be 3 for Arcadeia to really start to pull this game into your control. And Aphelios is so far off 3 items that it's almost not going to make a difference. So, 2 items is the big turning point for Belfast Storm to just say, okay, this game's ours, grab it by the horns and say, in this case, Galaxy, you're out of here.
I mean, he's already up in 5. Let the man be.
But
Give
it
him
was
some
a bull joke.
breathing room.
It's a bull
Yeah, no,
joke.
I get it. I get it. I'm just... You know, they say beef is better when it's matured, so, like, give it some time. Alright? Go for somebody else. I don't know. Wilhelm might be in a little bit of trouble here. Forces the flash out. Right to the arcane will bring out a lot of damage. That's a great magnet storm, though. The chase is coming through. Emperor's Divide does a good chunk of damage. Vanguard is coming in completely from the side alone. Here comes Rengis on the teleport. And it collapsing in onto Arcadeia. We were talking about when does the storm crash? There! Right there!
You're fighting an Azir, a Rara, an Akali, and a choke point.
Yeah.
You're just gonna get melted, and we see it there. Vanguard finds a flank, does lose his life to Blank, which is possibly the worst person you can die to in that situation. But the rest of the team is melted through because Limsey and Rengis are free hitting for a full 30 seconds.
We've got to call it back a bit. We've seen this from Arcadeia. We have seen their highs, we have seen their lows in the open qualifier. They can win against anyone on their good day. They can also lose versus anyone on a bad day. Sometimes they don't put enough thought into it when they make their plays. And that what happened just there screams it. They chase into a choke point, into the Magnet Storm, into the Emperor's Divide, into Rengis, and they get thoroughly punished for it.
But this has been the story of this game, back and forth and back and forth. If we're holding true to that, this is Arcadia's time to find a play and even out the goal lead again. These 5 points, these 5-point strikes from Akali are just starting to really ruin anything it comes in contact with at this point, as well as the Azir Qs just hitting like small trucks.
First tower of the game did just go down top lane. Arcadia picking that one up. Synapse is the man responsible. You see Brixton matching up with Limsey in the bot lane. Bot lane tower very low after it received a herald in the early game. Belfast Storm again. Yep, gold pendulums back. 2k advantage for Belfast Storm. Right now, we're waiting for more objectives to come up. We've got 30 seconds until the Baron spawns. Neither team feels in a position where they could realistically force it.
But remember, eyes are on Brixton. 3-1 and 2. Did die in that exchange, but he's on that 2-item point now. He's very, very strong. And you're looking at a lot of magic damage coming out from Belfast Storm. It's 4.5 magic champions. Sure, your Kai'Sa is building AD, but our Plasma is still magic damage, our W is still magic damage. It's still going to be a good 50-50 split of her damage.
What would you like to see Synapse or T-Time pick up then to counteract that?
Force of Nature.
Force. Yep, sounds pretty good.
Just give us a Force of Nature.
Are we getting a repeat of game 1 where we see somebody go in the same direction as Bear Tree and pick up a chem tank?
I doubt it.
I think that's the first time I've seen. I think that was the first game I saw a chem tank built in a very long time.
First time since the season started.
This is a potentially huge over-aggression from Belfast Storm. The Magnet Storm will put some damage down onto Synapse. He's going to jump forwards with the All-Out, get taken down by Vayne God. The Killer Instinct is still available to try and make it easier for him to play. The damage will come through. Blank is going to get deleted by Rengis, though he has been ignited, is very, very low. Brixton off towards the site, is looking for a moment to be able to use it. Touchdown Rengis. Galaxy is going to drop. T-Time will as well, but Brixton is on the triple kill. May not have the right of the arcane, but he may be looking for the Emperor that he betrayed. He is not able to find him, but Brixton at least comes out of the fight alive. Only the 2 Shirimans remain after an absolute fiesta of a team fight.
And I cannot keep bringing it back to this player enough. Brixton is the glue holding this team together in this game as Belfast Storm look to tear them asunder. The right and the power of the arcane forces at work here are all in Brixton's hands.
Well, Belfast Storm trying to strike with lightning. Xerath says, sucks for you, I'm into that. And is currently sat at 6-1 and 2. We're looking towards the next Drake. Potential soul point for the side of the Belfast Storm coming up in less than a minute's time. How do we feel about Arcadia's fighting this? They need to be the ones coming in rather than the ones stood on the objective, right?
No, they want to be the ones stood on the objective because it allows Brixton to do what he does best and poke. Unless they have vision control but are the ones off the objective. If they have vision control but are off the objective, Brixton can poke still. But Brixton may just die here.
Speaking of Brixton, though, he gets caught, he gets scooped in by Limsey, and he is deleted. Galaxy will fall as well. That's a double kill for Vayne God. T-Time is in full retreat, but he eats a hook from Zerg. It will not be followed up, however. That's a mid lane and a support down. And with that, Belfast Storm are swarming up towards the Baron.
Limsey finding the perfect angle onto Brixton. He steps too far forward. He gets scooped and shoved back into the rest of the team, and it's a beautiful shutdown going into the hands of Vanguard. This Kai'Sa, absolutely terrifying now, close to that third item, probably there at this point. I believe to be a Blade of the Ruined King, if I had to guess. Maybe a Phantom Dancer, can't tell.
All will be revealed in time. In the meantime, we saw Synapse, since he was unable to do anything about that play that happened towards the dragon. Instead, takes down that tier 1 turret in bot lane, keeps the turret score even, at the very least. And of course, Xerath is very, very good at clearing waves. Arcana Pulse, Eye of Destruction, will be able to chunk through them. Even Baron-empowered minions aren't going to last too long under his assault.
I'm just going to throw this out there. We set up at the top of the game, this would be an AD carry focused game. No, I'm retracting that statement right now. This is all about the mid lane. This is all about Brixton versus Limsey. Yeah, Vanguard's strong, but it's Brixton versus Limsey.
Possibly in some trouble. Rengus is looking for an angle in tea time, taking a chunk of hurt, just going to get taken out. Wow. I think Brixton is going to try and fire back. Not able to do so though. Blank not able to step in, has to flash away from the hook from Zerg. And Belfast Storm are done with letting Arcadeia scale up. They are looking to push this game in. They push their lead up to 6k.
And they're definitely coming close to that. Still very little magic resist built on the side of Arcadeia, so this team gets to run a rampant through the front and back line of Arcadeia.
I would love your take on T-Town picking up the Demonic here. I know it's pretty standard pickup for
I think it's fine.
I wonder if there is a reason to, just forego it and go Force of Nature just to be frontline, because Brixton and Blank, those are your damage dealers.
I would largely say this is genuinely fine, just for the pure fact of you need to be able to poke them out a little bit, so that Brixton can drop the right of the arcane.
This is why Jika is on the broadcast, because I genuinely don't know some of these things. 25 minutes, 26 closing on the clock. Baron has now dropped off of the side of Belfast Storm. That means that it's only a couple more minutes until it comes back up. I actually tell Zerg still got it. But the duration remaining will not be very long at all. Let's see if Arcadeia can continue to mitigate the damage coming through off it. There we go, it's just dropped. Tier 2 turret in the top lane is the target right now. Brixton is going to be able to clear it out pretty effectively. They're only able to get pretty minimal poke damage onto the tower itself.
This is insane damage coming out of this Xerath. And Blank now sitting on that second item as well, is going to start to do some level of damage. Is it a little bit too little too late? Just have to see how it goes. But for now, you're just on the back foot as Arcadeia. You have to try and find the miracle. You have to try and hope Brixton can find something, anything, to keep you and your hopes of this game alive until Blank can hit that third, maybe even fourth item.
Thankfully, they were able to pick up their second Drake, which means that you're not playing to stop Belfast Storm from picking up the soul on this next Drake spawning in less than a minute's time. Do you want them to contest this one, or would you rather they just let this slip?
I mean, it's only soul point. I think you can let this one go perfectly fine. And it's only a Cloud Soul, so you're not too worried for either team to get this. I mean, sure, it'll be nice, but I don't think it's going to be fight turning for anybody.
Right now, it seems Arcadeia agrees with your assessment. They're not really stepping in. They know that the jungle is not their own. Synapse got to be careful, though. Gets caught by the hook. Is going to get scooped up by Limsey as well. Trying to get out with the all-out, but it's straight into the waiting arms of Vanguard. 10-3 and 10. We were saying this is an AD carry-focused game, but he's making it look like one.
Yeah, I mean, just cleaning up fights left, right, and center. very dangerous position to be in as, well, Arcadia in general. Because one bad fight in this game is probably just over.
28.5 minutes closing on. Soul Point now secured for the Belfast Storm. We were talking about it before. When does the Storm crash? That fight, that dragon fight, was around that time when Arcadia chose to overcommit into the choke point. They got punished dearly for it. And from there, it kind of felt like that the game has slowly been falling out of their grasp.
Yeah, I mean, there's very little you can do at this point. I mean, your bot lane was a little bit shafted from the early game. Your mid lane is now starting to get jumped on as the primary focus, and your front line is nowhere near tanky enough to be able to do anything about it. It's going to be a very, very difficult game for Arcadia to pull back. But there is the angle where they find a miracle engage. They find a way for Brixton and Blank to do their damage, and they find a couple of kills to allow them to open this map up big time. But that is a very, very fast
right to
Baron
the arcane.
Brixton.
That came out right in the open. Vanguard is very low, but the engage is now coming through. They don't seem to be able to find the key damage, though. Rengus is coming in very late. Synapse does need to step away. That's a lot of chakrams there for Blank. They are going to fall off. No Moonlight Vigil still up, and they are still stood on vision.
Flank.
Look at Rengus. He is looking for the flank, as you say. Wilhelm gets a little bit of damage down. Galaxy is going to spot it out. T-Time is going to spot out Rengus as well. He's still looking for Brixton. He is able to get away for but a second. He is still alive. Limsey with the conquering sounds is able to find it. Blank gets scooped up as Limsey goes golden. Rengus may die, but it's still looking like a fight win for the Belfast Storm, and it's a triple kill for Vanguard. 13, 3, and 11. And they will turn back for the Baron. T-Time would love to be able to contest this, but he's still on vision. Vanguard is going to step forwards, chunk him out. They will secure their second Baron of the game. A quick reset, a quick wait for Rengus to come back up. And it should be simple enough as walking down these lanes and breaking open the base of Arcadia.
Again, we're fighting in a choke point against a team that loves to play these slower, smaller space fights. Brixton and Blank get absolutely blown up. Excuse me, it's absolutely blown up. And there's nothing left that can be done.
Another Baron in pocket. The gold lead jumps up once again. We are around an 8,000, 9,000 gold lead. And Brixton, he did a fantastic job of trying to bridge this team through the mid-game. But a couple of plays that were perhaps just a little too fast and loose. The implications not fully considered, and the Belfast Storm pounced, took the game clean out of their hands. And now they are waiting. Waiting for Blank to hit a third item. Waiting for a crucial pick to come through that might change their favors back in this game.
All it takes is one good fight for either of these teams at this point. One good fight for Belfast Storm could spell end of game. One good fight for Arcadia, and this could flip back on its head. We're now seeing a 12,000 gold lead, though. We're back in that territory of this isn't easy to come back from. It's probably just over, but we shall see.
Sengir, or Rengus rather, pushing in the mid lane. It's hard because Sengir is actually a canon lore thing in Magic the Gathering, so it's like, oh yeah, Sengir, he's just a Magic player. No, Rengus on the Sakali. We don't want to understate him because he has done a fantastic job of finding these carries in those fights. T-Time takes a chunk right of the arcane being used by Brixton to try and dissuade. Meanwhile, Limsey has been pushing in the bot lane. The bot inhibitor is going to drop. Drops very, very low, but not going to fall. Synapse trying to find Limsey here, perhaps. Trying to find something. Currently just holding on to the base. There is the perfect execution coming out. Rengus is looking to find it, and he will find Synapse. Vanguard goes legendary. The TP from Limsey as Belfast Storm will push in. Brixton is able to find Rengus, but against 4 Baroned up members, the 2 carries of Arcadeia are going to have a mountain to climb if they want to survive in this game. They can do good damage, but here come the waves. Zerg using that jump forwards. Wilhelm looking for the angle. Blank flashes away from the Emperor's Divide. He survives, but not long enough, as the last Nexus turret will drop, and there is nobody left to mourn Arcadeia on the map, as the Belfast Storm will thunder over them and take the game.
And it looked so good for Arcadeia. Their Zarath, their bridge was doing so well. The Belfast Storm, they took a second and ran with it, execution after execution. Very well played from the side of Belfast Storm, as they go 2-0 this week. This is Arcadia's 0-2. But there's good signs of life from every team today. We have seen all 8 teams play, and honestly, every game has been a banger.
Every single game has been great fun to cast. And then I want to remind everyone, this is week 1. So the teams that have been perhaps struggling, we could say Arcadeia, we could say Lionscreed, Venomcrest. The likelihood is the longer they play together, the more that the issues that we have seen this week in their losses are ironed out, are figured out, and that they become stronger. The question is, how long will it take them to do that? Because obviously, games are coming thick and fast. Next match will be on Monday, then Thursday. If they can't sort their issues quickly enough, they may find themselves in a rough spot and in need of some kind of late season miracle.
Haven't been in that spot before, it's not fun.
Got a few days now, though. They can review, they can see where they're at, and come back stronger on Monday. That will be the final game of the day from us. We are going to throw it to one final break before handing it across to Middlecott and the analyst desk to break down this final game and round off the day. It's been a pleasure to bring you these games. I've been Brackish Brit alongside my dear friend Jika. We'll see you another time.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back in. What a day of League of Legends we have had, guys. Belfast Storm able to get the win over Arcadeia in that final game to finish us off for this evening. Guys, I'm getting tired. You can already tell my speech is starting to slur. That game. Big stuff from Belfast Storm being able to get that win, Rail, push themselves to this 2-0 record.
Yeah, looking strong in this game in general. There was a few cracks, what we did notice, where they were punished, but they still worked. They still worked the same game method, what they wanted from the get-go. They knew they was playing for bot, and they was just funneling through Zerg. Every hook what landed led to a lantern to Rail, and it just became party bot lane.
The credit to Arcadia though, Ejun, they did show some spirit, some fight back, particularly through the early mid game. Ultimately, it wasn't enough for them to pull out a victory, but it's good to show that they've got that fight, and this isn't a team that is going to be winless for long.
Oh yeah, like they definitely played well. Like with the picks they had, like a lot of cool clutch plays that hopefully we get into from them, but like. In the end, it's like a little bit of like a draft diff in the sense that like their carries were a bit exposed, and there were a lot of times where they missed a little bit here, missed a little bit there, a little bit too late on the timing here and there, and then it was just a little bit off from like winning or getting the advantage that they needed, and it was unfortunate, but it's still, 90% is still like quite a lot.
Yeah.
It's not 100, but yeah.
It's the unfortunate nature of a League of Legends game where a close game is still a loss. And whilst I think there have definitely been closer games than this, Arcadia were in with it a shot, and they did have opportunities to come into this game and push themselves to a decent position. And I think we've actually got a little bit of an example of one of those opportunities that Arcadia had for themselves to really get the ship going. As nope, I've jumped the gun again. We're just going to be having a little look at the scoreboard. But whilst those numbers may not look amazing, you've got Brixton there in the mid lane who still put up a solid performance. But then you look at what Belfast Storm were doing for themselves, and Rail, they're just on another planet.
They were on another planet, and you could just see how they wanted to play this game. They didn't let Cassante really do much in the entire game. They kind of just kept him nullified for most of the game, and it sort of was some of their game plan. They did actually shut down the Akali, which was a good idea from Arcadia, but it just didn't turn out to be enough, and Ejun hit the nail on the head in saying sometimes it was too little too late. Sometimes people are arriving too late to make an impact, and by then, the play's already been made.
Yeah, and if the play's already made and you've been lost, then you turning up late isn't going to save anything. We are going to have now a little bit of a look at the angles that Arcadia had in the early stages to pull themselves into an advantageous position. This is with Belfast Storm already having a decent position for themselves, getting the fight started off rail, but ultimately still able to find things are Arcadia.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Nope.
Did say rail?
No, my bad.
No.
Yeah, no, but essentially it was unfortunate because Galaxy, at least in the early games of the stage, got caught off a bit too much, maybe a bit too careless, maybe just thinking that, hey, because I'm Alistar, I'm really tough, I'm not gonna die. But then, of course, before you're level 6, you still are vulnerable like most champs.
Yeah, and obviously if you aren't able to get ready for that point, then you kind of end up being screwed. I believe we do actually now have the fights where Arcadia were getting stuff ready in the bottom lane. You don't just need to watch Galaxy die. There's stuff going on, and it ended up going out relatively well for Arcadia.
So we're jumping into the dragon play, and this was one of the key points what we looked at and analysed the most. And the turning point is getting that TP in earlier. Carly's already there to have an impact. By the time Cassante gets here, the fight's already over. They've picked up Maokai, and they get out pretty much scot-free. They don't really get punished for it.
Yeah, and of course that was where the game really started to come a bit more into the favour of Belfast, and they were able to snowball from that position. But Arcadia were constantly pushing and prodding and putting them in uncomfortable positions, and I think what that led to is a situation where Belfast were winning fights slowly, but they weren't completely breaking the game open with any one big team fight win.
Yeah, and like kudos to Arcadia, of course, for continuing to push and continue to fight. But like that replay shows, like it's like little mistakes here and there, little individual decisions. Like for example, the Cassante didn't really have to TP in there. He could have just kept pushing top and got an advantage elsewhere, but he kind of TP'd in once again a little bit too late. The dragon was taken, the fight was lost. He didn't really have too much to do there, and there was a top lane that was completely uninhabited, like a true island. Without any laners there, and he could have been there. So it really is these little small things, it felt like.
Yeah, and I think one of those moments was a pick in the mid lane onto Brixton, who'd been able to build himself up into a decent position on the Xerath, but it's a wonderful scoop back from Lindsay to take out the opposing mid laner. Again, it was another kill coming through from Belfast off the back of this. Then they went over and took the Baron, and it felt like that was when the game was decided in favour of Belfast Stormrail, even if it took them a bit longer than we would have liked for them to actually kill the enemy Nexus.
Yeah, it was absolutely disgusting by Lindsay. That shuffle was exactly what they needed. It slowed down any momentum that Arcadia had at that point, because most of the eggs were in the Xerath basket, and when the Xerath basket is out the window, you've got no eggs left, so Xerath was just completely shut down at that point, and they just turned focus to the Baron. They don't need to chase a Maokai there, it's not worth the time, and just accelerate the game, push further ahead.
Yeah, egg defenstration, not great if you try to win League of Legends. But it's what we highlighted from draft, right? It's the vulnerability of having this composition, which is built around these two carries. If they aren't able to find access into fights, or if they get blown up right at the start of it, then I'm sorry, you got to take an L. Rengis on the Akali, not really a champion that we typically associate with him, but he played it in a fairly Rengis style, right? He wasn't getting out of his lane, roaming, killing people loads. He was turning up to these team fights and just being a nuisance in the backline, similar to what he'd do on something like a Jaxeron or an Ectonijun.
I mean, yeah, and I mean, sometimes that's all that's really needed. Just kind of putting in the fear factor in the carries of Arcadia had to make them play so much more careful, and maybe even contributed to the fact that like they came late to fights. Like maybe they were trying to be super safe, so they're like backing off. They're like, oh, are we sure safe, guys? It's a Kali here, but at that point, it's like you're a bit too far away to actually deal any damage. So once your facilitators go in trying to like layer on the CCs and stuff like that, we know there's a couple times where the Xerath wasn't there, the Aphelios wasn't there, and they just kind of came in once everything had like half resolved, so they didn't have any protection left.
So how are we feeling about Arcadia coming out of this week? Because obviously O2 joining Lionscreed in that regard, but showing fights in this game. Rail, do you feel like it's a case of we give this roster time to scale up and then it's going to be able to show us a lot more?
Yeah, I feel like that's exactly it. Like Arcadia did show some glimpses of brilliance. Like there was examples of where they did things good. They even got Blank more or less semi back into the game. He couldn't catch up to Vanguard, but for what he had available to him, he did all he could. And I feel like Tea Time especially shined in that game because while plays were happening bot, he made a play mid, he got a kill there. He made a play top, got a kill there. Went straight to Herald while the enemy team are still playing for bot. He did the best with what he could, because retaliating to bot at that point, the play would already been done by the time he would have got there.
On the other side, there was a lot of Wilhelm matching up with Zerg, but in the early stage, I think Tea Time was matching that duo, which is an incredibly impressive thing to be able to do on your own as a jungler when you're at that numbers disadvantage. But looking over at the other side, Adrian, now looking at at Belfast Storm. Obviously, 2-0 coming out of this week. Had maybe a couple of moments that could have been exploited in that game, but you've got 2 wins on the board. You can't really ask for much more, can you?
No, you definitely can't not. You definitely cannot. Like, Belfast Storm has to be feeling really nice about this win, and they do join the other teams. However, I will probably, in my opinion, out of all the teams that have gone 2-0, I think they have the most amount of points to like exploit. They do have a bit of macro grabs here and there that can be exploited. A little bit of like picks, and like there are angles here that teams can definitely exploit and take down.
Yeah, and let's actually have a little bit of a look at how the standings are as we exit week 1. You'll see there on the left-hand side of your screen at the top of the table, Belfast Storm, who we've just seen joining Ruddy and Tempest at the 2-0. DMG and Verzik both trading wins and losses, currently sat with 1 point each. Arcadeia, Lionscreed, Academy, and Venomcrest Esports all 3 searching for their first win.
Yeah, you got a lot of teams that are fighting for their first win, but also the teams at the top have yet to be exploited, yet to have a... It sounds horrible to say, but yet to have a hard opponent at the moment. But most of the games for the top teams have been Storms. And like I said, it does sound horrible to say, but it's just what's happened and what we've seen. It's just been one team kind of leading the charge, and Ejun did highlight as well, Belfast did have a few cracks.
Yeah.
There's time for them to fix that themselves, but there's also time for teams to be looking at that and thinking, right, where can we exploit them?
Yeah, we're week 1. Nothing's settled quite yet. It's absolutely possible to get this 2-0 start and lose every single game that you play for the remainder of the tournament. I don't think anyone is going to be hoping for that for any of their teams. Guys, just want to get your final thoughts on how today's been. What's the action been like? Ejun, first time here on the analyst desk. How have you enjoyed it, the action that's been going down?
Oh, it's been amazing, and I mean, just talking to you guys have been a blast. You guys obviously have such extensive knowledge on both the history of the teams as well as like just the meta, just a good read on the meta and all the.
If you say so, mate.
Relative to me, okay, I've just been like soaking up all the knowledge. I'm like, oh yeah, this is good stuff. But yeah, no, otherwise it's been exciting. It's for once, it's kind of nice to not yell all the time while casting out of excitement. You know, now I can just kind of chillax. You know, see the show from kind of a bit of a background. It gives a new perspective, and yeah, no, it's been super fun.
Well, it's been nice having you here, and then Rael, obviously yourself back on the UKAL. It's a return to glory, man. It's a lot of fun here.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun here. It's a pleasure to be back as well, and to see some friendly faces back as well in terms of casters and in terms of players. So you're seeing old veterans, what we used to cast way back, and they're still here.
Yeah. It's like nothing ever happened. It's like we never left. Well, we are going to have to leave you. Unfortunately, just for a few days, we're going to be back with some more action on Monday at 5 p.m. PST. Before we say goodbye, just got to make sure that you are aware of all the social situations going on. Follow our Twitter at the UKEL. Head over to the UKL.gg for more news on what's going on. Our Discord server / the UKEL, where you've got to be finding that. And we're also on Instagram, _.UKEL. I don't know who's going around on Instagram impersonating esports leagues for the UK, but apparently those people are out there. And a special final shout out to the titans of UK esports. Let's be perfectly honest. Dom Sacco of Esports News UK. If you don't know, he's been nominated for Journalist of the Year at the Esports Awards, and I think everyone here at the UKEL and a load of people across UK esports, big support of this guy. So make sure that you go and vote for him. Make sure that he gets that W, and we have even more silverware coming over to the UK. But with that very long monologue done, that is going to be it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much to our players for competing. We will see you next Monday.
people wanna talk that talk. In reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan. Hey, I've been saving all I can. Hey, you could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands. Hey, we ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah, only worry about the fans. Yeah, I won't compromise the brand. Yeah, I've been saving up the bands. Whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.